Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the second day of our seminar. Thank you for joining us today. And our esteemed guests, thank you so much for joining us, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Today, we'll be starting with a very interesting presentation from Captain Amit Gupta. He's from Rio Tinto, and he has joined us all the way from Singapore. So we would like to welcome Mr. Amit Gupta.
You just get the ticker. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I think so. I'd like to thank UMMS Group. Thank you, Vinay, Anuragji. So, thank you for calling us over. And our esteemed guests over here who have come all the way, owners, stakeholders, and the most important people are the seafarers. I think so. Of all, we can be there, but I think so. You're the most important people for which we have all come here, and we all want to be sharing our thoughts with you. And allow me about 45 minutes to take through the session. I'll start with the safety share. And instead of me saying, what the safety share is, maybe someone from the seafarers can tell me what is wrong in this picture. It's written over here, but falling from heights is the number one fatality at sea. Okay. And we always think falling from heights means you're falling out from a big into the tank cargo, the tank top, or falling from the accommodation while doing works. We have seen incidents where people have fallen from the hatch covers. And because they hit something, a pipeline or a sharp object, people lose their life. So a simple task over here. This is a picture at our facility in Gladstone, where because the ships are doing continuous voyages between Amrun, Vipa, and Gladstone, we also offer services at Gladstone to wash the cargo holds, the hatch covers. So in this case, the stevedore, if you can see, the hatch cover is not fully open. And because the hatch cover is not open, the ladder rungs are not aligned with each other. And because of that, he has to transfer his weight diagonally onto the rung which is on the hatch cover. So this creates an unsafe condition over there. We saw the Hendrix triangle, and at the base of it is unsafe conditions. So are we really seeing these unsafe conditions? Are we correcting them? Are we bringing it to the notice of everyone? Can anyone tell me what is stop work authority? Do we have stop work authority? I think so. This session is all about you. So if you need to be engaging, you need to be participating. So can anyone tell me what is stop work authority? Anyone on the
Yeah.
NEC staff telling me what is a stop work authority?
Anybody who wants to answer? Come on, this is the interactive session. Okay, all right.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Stop work authority is being practiced on board when any one of the crew has seen doing unsafe act, and anybody who saw that the crew can stop him.
Okay. So we all understand, I hope, what is stop work authority. Can anyone, if you raise your hands over here and say how many have actually exercised this stop work authority? How many have actually stopped people from doing something? Raise your hands. Don't need to. How many of you? So still the hands are not that many that we need to see. Okay? Till the time you don't exercise the stop work authority, fatalities and incidents and injuries will keep happening. Because it's not that unsafe conditions. How many unsafe conditions happens in a day? You'll be amazed. There are hundreds of it. If you are in a dry dock, lots of people working, there are hundreds of unsafe conditions. But if you don't use that stop work authority, you will not be able to stop those unsafe acts and conditions from happening. First of all, let me tell you something more about Rio Tinto. So as Rio Tinto, we are the world's largest dry bulk operators. At any point of time, we have over about 230 vessels on our charter. We also have 17 vessels of our own. So in all of these ships on the chartered fleet, we have about 6,000 seafarers. Now, though they're not directly linked to us, they're not directly managed by us, but we feel them to be part, and we also consider them to be part of the Rio Tinto family when it comes to crew welfare. So we do not want to differentiate that this is not my job, this is not, I'm the charterer, so I'll keep my arm's length away. We are very, very actively pursuing crew welfare. In our ports terminals, we have provided Wi-Fi access. In fact, in Cape Lambert, where there was no mission to seafarers or there was no place where the seafarers could go, we opened a center close by at Bika. So in terms of the dry bulk, there are about 12,000 dry bulk vessels with over 2,300 ship owners. And as Rio Tinto, we, in a year, on an average, deal with about 130, 170 ship owners and about 350 to 400 ship managers. And that's the extent of exposure that we have. Now, if you compare 12,000, 2,300 to 170, we are not that big in the overall industry. As a single entity, yes, we are the largest dry bulk ship operators. The dry bulk industry, as a fact, is very fragmented. And that is something which we all need to be taking note of, that the fragmentation of the industry, how can we influence this crew safety and welfare? End of the day, safety and welfare is a proxy to reliability. Safety and welfare is a proxy to good performance, to operational performance. If you take care of safety, you take care of welfare, other things will take care of it themselves. Okay? So if there's one thing that I want you all to take away today, is that we all think safety comes at a cost. Okay? But safety, if you hear about it, if you make sure that your things are safe, you're operationally safe, people are happy on board. They say a happy seafarer is a safe seafarer. So safety and welfare is a proxy to reliability, performance. And one of the speakers I had recently was from commercial, and he said, whenever there are world events, whenever there are catastrophes, whenever there are wars, it brings dollars in the bank for shipping, which is a fact. You see the war happening in Ukraine, freight rates went up. When the war started in Israel, Red Sea, the dollar ton goes up. Yes, it does go up, but it also, there's a small element, not a small, actually, it's a big element, that it increases the safety exposure, or it increases the risk to the seafarer. So are we taking that into account? So yes, commercially, yes, we're doing better, but then the seafarers, yes, we can tell them war allowance and everything, but they do go through trauma. So we definitely, all these events help commercially, but we also need to be mindful that the seafarer is then exposed to duties beyond what he would do normally. The dry bulk fleet. So in 2021, maritime trade-wise, we hit 11 billion tons, just about slightly less than the pre-pandemic levels. Now, what is an interesting fact over here is that about 4.6 billion tons of this was loaded out of Asia, okay, which is about 42%. 7.1 billion tons, which is about 64% of the total goods transported or freight transported, was discharged in Asia. So I think these numbers clearly show that where the bulk of the activities are happening at the moment of time. So it is Asia at the moment which is having the bulk of the activities. In the early 70s, oil tankers comprised more, almost 3/4 of the total loaded volumes. While now in 2023, bulk carriers or dry bulk is about 8 billion tons of this dry cargo. So out of the 11 billion tons, 8 billion, about 70+% is on dry cargo vessels. Dry cargo vessels, about 42% are bulk carriers. So you can see the numbers. The numbers are over here. Okay. But what I fail to understand is that when we have the numbers, we have the volumes. Why is it that we are always considered a step cousin or a step brother or something to the tanker industry? Is safety different on tankers than on bulk carriers? Incidents. The number one incident where fatalities happen is falling from heights. So falling from height can only happen on tankers. It happens more on bulk carriers. Enclosed space entries, fall overboard, fall on stairs, crane. You can see very clearly that it has got overall all types of ship. In fact, if I think from a dry bulk, it's more relevant for the dry bulk industry where the fatalities are happening. So why is it that our safety statistics are not as good as the wet industry? Something that we all need to think about is that how do we improve this? What can we do? How can we get better results from increasing our safety performance? So at Rio Tinto, we are very deeply committed to safety and welfare, and it's not just for the paper. We really believe, as I said, that safety is a proxy to reliability and performance. So for that, we have a 5-step approach. The dry bulk fleet standards, which I'll talk more in details about the DO standard, which is a designated owner and operator. Being a fragmented industry, we deeply felt that we need to do something to uplift the industry. Our vision is to have 0 fatalities and 0 injuries on board our vessels. Second one is dry bulk fleet learnings, where we hold safety seminars, we hold quarterly workshops, we share HSC incidents, HSC learnings. Now, these HSC learnings are not just incidents. So we just don't want to be coming across and sharing only negative practices. We want to share positives. We want to share good practices. So from our designated owners, what we are asking them is to share with us anonymized incident learnings. We don't want to blame anyone. We don't want, I know the bulk industry, or overall, you don't want to be naming your vessel as to which vessel had a issue, which incident happened. But we need to collectively learn from these incidents. And if we don't collectively learn, then safety is no one's copyright. The tools are same. You go to one company, you go to the other company, they can call it different. They can call it toolbox or job hazard analysis. You can have different fancy names, but end of the day, they are the same thing which is done. The tools are very much the same. It's about the implementation of those tools. Next is our dry bulk fleet assurance. So we do about voyage charter inspections, about 200 to 300 voyage charter inspections, 200 time charter inspections. And we're also going to start something under the designated program called as the master coach visit, which I'll share more, much more in detail coming. Then we have the digital platform where we are getting data from various sources, including IHS, RightShip, our own internal database, and trying to create an advanced risk profiling that we can use to also understand. We're doing these 500 inspections. What do we learn from this? What do we share across the industry? Where is it that we can learn from it? And the last is our dry bulk port training, which is, we have these terminal handbooks. We have converted our asset handbooks into videos. And we have shared a recent sharing on HSC alert about these trainings. You can do it online. See ship staff get a link, and you can do this e-learning online. Now, raise your hands over here. How many of you have gone to Port Walcott, Port Hedland, or Dampier? Okay. So what is so different in these ports? Maybe someone can tell me what, their experience of these three ports, though I will not speak more about Port Hedland because we don't operate that much over there, but they have the same uniqueness. Maybe some captain from the floor or chief officer can tell us what is different in these three ports.
Captain Lomres.
Yes, good morning, sir. Uh, with my previous experience in Port Walcott, Port Hedland, they are very specific with the safety and the timing of the sailing since we have the time frame on passing a certain bar. So, like they have the exact time to sail out for the safety of the vessel.
Correct. Anyone else who visited these ports recently or even earlier could share your thoughts? I mean, I'm open to challenges. You can tell me what you did not feel good also about these sports because we hear a lot of times what is not good and what can be improved. So please be open to share about your experience in these sports. I mean, these sessions are for your seafarer. It's not for me. So you need to voice. You need to tell us what you feel.
Hello, good morning. Yes, in my experience in Port Hedland and other ports in Australia, before we arrive, we submit all our critical machineries, all safety equipments to be tested, and proper evidence of videos, photos to be submitted, so that it's a necessary precaution for able to the vessel to go to the port safely.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Good. Anyone last one more? Believe me, if I asked the shore team, they would come up a list of problems or a list of issues that they feel is very difficult at these ports. So, from the seafarer's perspective, what do you feel? Welfare. How do you feel about it? What do you feel about the safety?
Sure.
Good morning, sir. I'm the third officer who have been there in the Portland. So, pertaining to safety, it's all about when the ship is on alongside, you must be vigilant because every now and then there is a ship passing the drop is very constrained and the ship move out and then there might be a cause of the rope uh, cut off. Sir, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So all the right mentions. Let me list down a few of it, which is very, very peculiar in these three ports. I'll now zero down more to Walcott and Dampier. I don't want to comment more about Port Hedland at the moment and get pulled up for that. These ports are tidal ports, and they got a high tidal range. That means your mooring, you need to attend to it more frequently. You need to take care of your rest hours. That means you need to plan for your stay alongside the berth. All these ports have a single point of entry and exit. And between these three ports, more than 700 billion tons of iron ore is actually loaded annually. So it's a big percentage of iron ore. It's a big percentage of the Australian GDP. And the biggest thing is that these three ports are very remote. Okay? You would have heard things like, your emergency generator, one auto start not working, and the ship is not being allowed to berth. Correct? So why is that? So I think it's more the understanding that why are we asking for that so strict compliance in these ports? Because you cannot take a chance with this channel. If anything goes wrong in this channel, it would lead to about a blockage for something like 30 to 40 days. Even to get any vessel close by. There, you want repair facilities. I think so. The fleet team sitting over here can vouch for that. It takes days. You don't get spares locally, though we know some ship management companies or owners are making local warehouses in Port Hedland, Walcott, and Dampier for frequent fleet vessels. A small battery, the emergency generator battery, which just costs about $100, $150 outside in any part of the world could cost you thousands of dollars to get it on board the ship. So again, we get back, what is important is that you need to understand the uniqueness of this port. What is acceptable at other ports is not acceptable over here. And that is not a secret. So it's not something that we don't know about it. And as masters, chief engineers, it is very important that you are able to do your PMS in time, ask for your stores, spares, whatever you need in a port that you're calling outside this area. If you're doing China, Australia run, get all your stores, supplies, PMS, whatever defects rectified over there. Because there is no room for an error in these ports. And we are also very strict when it comes to these ports, because if anything happens in this channel, whether it is Port Walcott or Dampier, it is a big risk to the entire operations over there. So PMS, your plan routines, very important. You need to share transparently. If you have a problem, get it open that you have a problem, what time you need, so that actions can be taken from the scheduling team also. Now imagine one thing, we've seen these instances where a ship about 24 hours before arrival declares that its auxiliary engine has a defect and it cannot be repaired. They are having spares being delivered on board on arrival. Now, tell me really, in this port to get something within 24 hours, that to a spare for an auxiliary engine, is it possible? So we went a little bit deeper and said, what's happening here? And we realized that in that same evening, the message of direct berthing had gone on. So because the message of direct berthing had gone out, the ship declared a defect. Because now, they normally think that you would get a day or two anchorage, you will repair it. It's not really good, because we want to see credible, reliable ships coming to the facilities. If we have UMMS and we trust it completely that it will declare to us all our defects, you on board are able to tell us transparently. Again, see, I am a seafarer, okay? I'm by heart a seafarer. I can understand defects happen, machineries have problems. Yes, we need to learn from it. But if we keep it under the carpet, it's not going to help with credibility. We need to build that trust where we say, okay, UMMS ship, we are more than certain that everything is working well on board. And how will that happen? Where we openly share with each other what are the problems we are facing. I don't think so anyone over here, anyone in this world lives without problems. Everyone faces problems. Everyone faces issues. Machineries break down. I remember an instance in my sailing days. So I had a charter, I won't name which, and we called up from the middle of Atlantic and said that, we have a problem. So he said, no problem, Captain. Machineries do have problems. Yes, you need to learn. We don't want to say that it doesn't happen, but we need to learn from it. And Dali is a classic case about that, where problems were not connected to reality or what could happen later. Vibrations, putting it in manual mode. If that was thought about, that if that happens during a critical passage, what will happen? It was not connected. It was just no preventive analysis was done about it. So my message over here is be open, share transparently. You have a defect or you have something that is affecting, because it helps build credibility. I always equate it back to my family. So I have a son, I have a daughter. If my son and daughter don't come and tell me what problems they're facing, it's not that they're not having problems. They are. But if they're not sharing, or if we've all been young, we've all done things which are not right. And I don't think any child today does not do it. But if he comes and tells me openly, then I trust him more than anything else. So if he goes out in the middle of the night, I'm trusting him because I know he's going to come and share with me things. So the same thing for our ships. Share your information, share if things are not going well. and then we can take steps together. We can help you, probably even give you some of our contacts if we think we have about in the problem that you're facing. Someone has had similar issues. We can help you in that. Before I go to the next topic, any questions about Walcott, Dampier? These are very tough ports. I won't deny that. They are remote, they are tough, and we need to be prepared for these ports if you're doing especially a China, Australia run. And what preparations mean is that you have opportunity in China or in any part of the other world, whether you're discharging in Korea, Japan, any part of Asia, you need to do your repairs and you're operationally ready before you head to this port. When we do these 200 to 300 inspections, so what do you think is the intent to do these inspections? Why do we do these inspections? Or why anyone does an inspection, whether it's a class, whether it is port state? So do inspectors come on board to find faults? What do you feel? Do inspectors come on board to find faults in the ship? You can speak openly. Don't worry. I won't come into your ship and say, you said something. So tell me openly. What do you feel about it?
Good morning, sir. Every time the inspector came on board, the purpose there is to ensure that the safety on board or any equipment that makes the safe operation of the ship should be followed, and especially the SMS. Sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Anyone has different thoughts? That inspectors come on board to find defects? They come to on board to give you a laundry list of defects that you need to rectify? Class surveyor, PSC inspectors, you name. Yes, I am not talking about some who do come, but majority. What is the purpose of these inspections, or why do they come on board the ship?
Hello, good morning, sir. Sir, I think they uh, check on board if the vessel is following the regulations, sir.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely correct. So here no one has said, but I know there is an undercurrent that when the inspector comes on board, you feel, oh, he's going to give me a list of items to work on. I have to call up the company and I have to be answering as to why I got these defects, right? So as I said, I'm a seafarer. I've been out at sea. I know the experience. But I can tell you from a charter. So I've been ashore now for the last 17 years. I've had several roles in assurance and operations and asset management. I've been a sire inspector for 7 years, TMSA auditor for about 4 to 5 years, ISM auditor, terminal operations, terminal assurance. And audits and inspections are done to verify that things are being done properly. Okay? They're not there to give you observations. They're just there to verify. Can there be any ship with zero defect? Can there be a ship with no findings? Can you have a ship with zero findings? Zero defects.
Sorry, sir. In additional for your first question, the inspector are not the one to scare the people on the ship. Actually, the inspector are the one who reminds the ship people to for the safety of the people and the safety for the environment, so that the ship will comply uh, for the port and also at sea.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. So, when we or any inspector goes on board and he finds a high risk observation, now that's a different thing altogether. So you came on board to verify that everything is going okay, and you get a list of high risk observations. So what do they tell you? So first of all, that the maintenance is not up to standards. the management system is not functional, and that's a concern. So get this one thing very, very important is that you will not get ships without defect. You have to start taking these findings and start categorizing them and saying high, medium, low. Because the high are the ones which are really going to hit you very hard, because they are, and the high, because it's also good for you actually, because when you see those high, you have not seen them, it gives you an opportunity to see what is it that you missed, what is it that you did not look at. So a little about the designated owners and operator program. So we started this with an intent to uplift safety and welfare. Till 2022, Rio Tinto had about 7 fatalities on its chartered fleet in the last few years before 2022. And the management decided that it is too much now and something needs to be done. At that point of time, when we started off, in 2023 February, we launched the program officially. And in fact, at this moment of time, we're also discussing with UMMS about the audit process for the designated owner and operator program. And from that need of 0 fatalities and the fragmented dry bulk industry, we had to do something different. We could not just do inspections, because again, inspections is at the latter part of it where things have already happened. What do we do differently beforehand? So we said, we built this program where the primary purpose is that we want like-minded partners. We're not saying my way or the highway. I don't think so that approach will work. We are not as matured to say, like the tanker industry, that everyone needs to be at a certain stage, then only you can get certain type of voyages. But there's only one commitment in this, is to uplift safety and welfare. And we want to do it together. And we're very happy. Starting in February 23, we are at 5 partners when we started off. And it was a task to engage all of them, to get everyone on board. And as of today, we are 27 DO partners. And all of them have only one commitment that we jointly agree on, is to pursue this crew safety and welfare. Because again, I will repeat this, safety and welfare is a proxy to reliability, performance, and operational excellence. Okay. So about more than 47% of our chartered fleet today is represented by the DO partners. And as part of the DO program, there would be an audit. There has to be a standard against which you would improve, which is, we call it the safety steward triangle. And it comprises of the dry BMS. So at that point of time, DBCE was not formed. Now DBCE has taken over the dry BMS standard. Then we have the SSI crew welfare. And I personally, out of everything, I've seen the TMSA. Dry BMS is very much following that a little bit differently because the maturity level of the industry. But the SSI crew welfare, I think it is a very, very good question. Not that you can answer everything yes today, but at least it gives you a direction of how we can improve in areas of crew welfare. I was also recently at a conference where someone was talking about statistics, and they said, we all fail, especially people at my age. When we were born, or as guys, we were told, you got to be tough, you're a seafarer, you can't be looking weak. But he connected the Hendrick triangle to suicides. So he said, if you look at suicide is one among the top 2 or 3 fatality reason for fatalities. And just like Hendrick triangle, that is the tip of that triangle. And below that is a lot of people who face mental health issues, but are not openly talking about it. And that day was when I truly believed that I think so, it is something that can be resolved. So suicide is only the pinnacle. It is about the loneliness. Yesterday, we had a presenter who gave some very good tips about how do you engage, how do you keep socially connected. And as human, we are social. We cannot live in isolation. I think so. If you put someone in a closed room for even a day or two, no windows, you will go crazy. And that social connectivity, to me personally, is something that we need to be. How do we get that social connectivity on board the ship? How do we get people to interact outside work? Because it's not happening. I've been on few ships. After 6 o'clock, everyone is back to their cabins. Everyone have their phones, have their tablets, and to us, all the seafarers over here, that social connectivity is something which you need to increase on board the ship. All other things, will come, but that social connectivity is very, very important. And last among the standard was the fatality prevention, which is out of Rio Tinto's experience of implementing HSE standards. But the need was still there to have something more to highlight this thing about how can we avoid fatalities. How do we get that awareness across to everyone that it is a fatality prone? Because as human beings, if we are told that you could die while doing this, we would be very alert when doing that activity. It is only sometimes when we have done that activity many a times, we forget the risk that there is a fatality risk attached to it. I'll spend the last 10 minutes on this, which is the master coach visit. Now, I have a question again for the seafarers over here. How many feel anxiety before an inspector comes on board the ship or while the inspector's on board the ship? During my sailing days, yes, I can raise my hand also. In fact, even if at home someone comes to inspect me, my heartbeat goes up because I don't know why is he come to inspect me. What have I not done? Right? So show of hands where people feel anxiety or people feel a little bit uneasy when an inspector is coming on board or he's on board the ship. I see only half the people, so other people are very comfortable. You can get inspectors coming on board every day. No? Okay. So what we have designed over here is a master coach visit, because we don't call this an inspection. We don't call this a training. We are not calling it an audit, because this is a coaching session. And this person or he's going to be a fellow seafarer who will come on board your ship. And let me say that he's going to be staying on board your ship for the next 15 days. So what's your anxiety level now? Imagine, he was spending 8 days on board your ship and your anxiety level was high. Now he's going to be spending 15 days on board your ship. He's going to find out everything that's there on your ship. Right? So how do you feel about it? You like it? Yes or no? No. But he's coming. What do you do now? Okay, we take out a strip of paracetamol and we eat one in the morning, one in the evening. And the company has a regular call in the morning and evening to get a debrief as to what he has seen today and what are we going to be answering tomorrow. Okay? So that's not the intent. This master coach is going to come as your friend. He's not coming on board to find defects, though he will go about his job. He's not going to come out and say that this is wrong or this is right. He is going to become a part of your sailing routines. He's not going to be asking you to do anything differently. He's going to be accompanying you during your day-to-day routines. He's not going to make a judgment. He's not going to say that, Captain, this what you did was wrong. He's not going to come and tell the chief officer that your cargo work was not done right correctly. He's not going to come and Before I play a short video, I've been telling you safety is a proxy to reliability. Safety is a proxy to operational excellence. Safety is a proxy to all the things that we want. And this is figures to prove it. Since we've been doing this, we've had 50% reductions on year on critical incidents on our chartered fleet. Reduction in reported injuries in 2023 compared to 2022. Yes, you know, you have an incident, the entity who has the incident knows the cost for an incident, but not having an incident is also a saving. It is a proxy to reliability, operational excellence. Oops. While I get the video sorted out, but I'll play a last video, and I'm available. I don't know whether I've got the time, but I'm open to taking questions. Please, I'm also open to you telling me what didn't go well, what you didn't like about how we do things. And I always remember that I'm a seafarer at heart. Okay.
The oceans, vast and mighty, are the lifeblood of global trade. Steering this industry are the seafarers, the unsung heroes. The 2 million seafarers transporting 80% of the world's goods, connecting markets and keeping our global trade and supply chains running. But beneath this bustling trade lies a troubling reality. Too many lives are lost and injuries occur too often. We are now at a crucial juncture where improving seafarer safety, working conditions, and elevating seafaring to an aspiring, sought-after career is not just important, it's imperative. Our challenge is monumental. The dry bulk industry is complex and fragmented. Over 2,300 operators, more than 12,000 bulk carriers, and a tangled web of ownership and chartering arrangements make standardizing safety and welfare a formidable undertaking. Rio Tinto is stepping forward and taking charge. We recognize our pivotal role in uplifting the safety and welfare of our seafarers. But we cannot do this alone. This is why we have launched the Designated Owners and Operators Program, a collective journey together with our like-minded partners, including several port state authorities and regulatory bodies around the world, who share our dream of a world where every seafarer steps aboard a vessel, assured of exemplary working and living conditions. The Designated Owners and Operators Program builds upon industry-recognized standards and best practices, including the Sustainable Shipping Initiative Code of Conduct to raise awareness and drive action, the Dry Bulk Management Standard for setting industry benchmarks for vessel safety and injury prevention, and the Fatality Prevention Guidelines crafted by Rio Tinto to eliminate fatalities on board. The program also provides a platform for the members to share learnings from incidents and best practices, and includes several other components such as master coach vessel visits, providing coaching and training, supporting the crew on board. Our vision is bold and our goal is clear. A world where zero fatalities and injuries are not aspirations but realities, where crew welfare is not an obligation but industry norm. Join us in this voyage. Together, we're not just changing an industry, we're protecting lives, honoring commitments, and steering towards a future where every seafarer returns home safe.
With that, I'll finish my presentation. Open to any questions during the break, or you want to come up to me, we can always have a chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitji. And thank you first of all, thank you for being here, and thank you for such a motivating and very inspiring presentation. Thank you from all of us. And one thing that reverberates with our philosophy, when we started this organization, we said clean, safe, and happy ships. You're saying that happiness is the goal. I think we also believe in that firmly. It somehow is ingrained in our philosophy as well. So thank you so much. Also, I think what you have said earlier about the inspections and how they should be conducted, totally agreed. Yeah. So thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Very nice. Thank you, sir. Thank you so for the lovely presentation. Okay, next we have from our operations department, from UMMS, we have a presentation. So I would like to call Captain Sudhir, who will take up the next presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our esteemed guests, my dear friends and colleagues. Thank you very much for joining on the second day of our annual crew seminar. I'm not going to take much of your time. However, I would be discussing a few of the challenges and operational issues that we have been facing, and the background of what is happening ashore, so that you know how much work and efforts are being put behind the curtains, and you can take better decisions basis the difficulties that we face here. So few of the things that I'm going to cover today is about the commercial significance of communication. As previously explained by Captain Amit as well, that transparent communication, timely communication helps all of us to make better plans, to save money for everybody, and then sleep peacefully. Then going forward, we will discuss about the challenges of loading cargo on deck and hatch covers, as all the vessels are not designed for these kind of cargoes, and they are not very regularly being carried on vessels. Next, we'll just touch upon local requirements and operational challenges all around the world. We'll go through some specific ports, their requirements. Unless you call those ports, you will not be aware. However, we just would like to share the knowledge that we have gathered, since so many of our vessels are trading worldwide and visiting these difficult ports. Then again, one very critical operation about steel coil loadings, the methodology and the calculations that are being done to load these heavy steel coils. Again, these are not daily operations for bulk carriers, as bulk carriers normally carry bulk cargoes. And lastly, we'll just discuss upon a small case of cargo damage due to water ingress. Again, just we'll see what are the root causes and the preventive actions and the lesson learned that we go through. This I would not say a presentation, but I would like to be is as a interactive session. So please do help me out by you questioning me, or whenever I request you to please answer a few of the things. So that will probably keep everybody awake. Thank you so much for that, and I feel that you will help me out on that. Okay. This is one picture which I would like to ask you guys that, we all of us has ran some, marathons or races. So can anybody tell me who is going to win a gold medal in this one? Please, we'll not waste too much of time. Anybody who is going to win a gold medal in this case?
Anyone?
The second on the line from the top. So his foot is ahead on the line, sir.
All right, okay. I also don't know who won the gold medal in this one, but the basic answer is whosoever crosses the line first will win a gold medal. Now the guy who is marked in the yellow t-shirt, can he win a gold medal? Can this guy win a gold medal? Anybody? Yes or no? Just quickly, please.
Yes, sir.
Please. The guy who says yes, how?
Yes, sir.
Next question is how he's going to win a gold medal in this?
Because he's faster, have a world record.
Okay.
Because
I
know the
agree with
guy.
your answer, but not the explanation. I say this guy can win a gold medal if all the other guys who are ahead of us are disqualified by some means or the others, whether they are using some, tablets or any unfair means, then this guy can also win a gold medal. Why I'm showing you this picture is because when your ship is competing for a cargo, it is like a race. If you do not communicate in time, you are going to lose the cargo. And whatever is left behind, you are going to get it. So the rates may not be that good. That's the reason of sharing this. Now, masters, chief officer, chief engineer, you must have had these words in the emails. Any times have you got these words in the emails like urgent, ASAP, reply within next 1 hour, important, fast, immediately? I hope you must have, received these words in your emails. But they are not very often. So one thing, whenever you have these words in your emails, especially in the subject line, please reply to them as it is what they want. If they want the reply immediately, please reply immediately. If they want ASAP, please reply ASAP. If they want within next 1 hour, please reply within next 1 hour. All these initial two to three slides, I am just, is a preface to what I'm going to discuss about the commercial implications of the communication. Now, you see this iceberg? All seafarers, they understand about ships, icebergs. The tip of the iceberg is only small like this. Only about 10 to 20% of the iceberg is above the water. About 80 to 90% of the iceberg is below water. So what you see, what is happening with you, the communication with the ship staff is 10% to 20%. The rest, 80 to 90%, which is happening, to bunker your vessel, for the crew change, for fixing the cargo, for arranging a pilot, for arranging stores, spares, that you are not aware. And we don't want you burdened with all that communication to you. So please do understand that you are floating on the water as 80 to 90% force is being provided by somebody else, maybe thousands of miles away from you. Now, this is how a vessel is fixed. I just would like to, this is very important for a master and a chief officer. like especially when the voyage is fixed, that how the the wheel turns. So if you understand that, probably you will know the urgency, because many of times, even when we were sailing, we don't know the background. We used to say, oh, this guy from chartering department, he's always asking, send me within next one or the stow plan. I said, why he can't plan it in advance? That means this guy is not good, who is sitting on the chartering desk. He doesn't know how to plan. But that's not the fact. The thing is, whenever there is a cargo, the charter goes in the market, goes to different owners looking for ships, a suitable ship that can be economically carry the cargo from one port to another. Now, the owner and the charter, they discuss about the main terms about the charter party. Once the main terms are agreed, the owner have 24 hours. As soon as they agree to it, the time starts ticking. The 24-hour counter starts ticking. Now imagine the owner is sitting in Japan or Isle of Man or Dubai, Singapore, and your vessel is trading in South America. So there is a time difference. So 24 hours, if the owner send you a message in the middle of the night, you will get up morning 6 o'clock. You will see the message by 7 and all. So 7 hours are already lost. That's the important. Now within 24 hours, you need to submit your stow plan, other documents. You need to submit the bunker calculation, the vessel documents, certificates, crew list, port of call list. All these documents has to go to the charter within 24 hours. If these documents are not submitted to the charter in time, he cannot go to the shipper to verify that everything is in line and the vessel is suitable for carrying. Now, if the 24-hour timeline crosses, now we go back to the first image of the race. The guys who was first, who crosses the line first, now is disqualified. The another owner who is in line will get a chance. So the guy at the last in yellow t-shirt will get a chance much, much later. So there are chances that a very lucrative business is lost by the owners because the stow plan was not submitted in time. So this is the criticality of a stow plan. So please do understand that any stow plan, especially when fixing a vessel, is of utmost importance. We do understand you are maneuvering, you come alongside, and you have authorities to deal with, but still, this is paramount. Unless you submitted, we or the owners can submit a stow plan from our end, but the charters, on majority of the cases, would like to have a stow plan coming from the vessel, and some of them, they even want it to be signed and stamped by the vessel because it has some legal and insurance implications as well. So please do not delay the messages which read ASAP within next 1 hour, immediately, fast. Some of the issues that we face, I don't know, maybe probably inadvertently, are signing cargo documents without cross-checking what is actually written on the cargo documents, signing revised mate receipts, revised cargo manifest without realizing what can go wrong, and without consulting with office or owners. There can be numerous reasons for doing that. You are being pressed by the agent that, oh, pilot is coming in next 30 minutes, please sign all the documents. If you do not sign, vessel will be delayed, all the cost will be on us, and so on and so forth. And the problem with signing these documents, later on you can have some shortage claims at the discharge port, off-hires, delays on ship's account, and all this. Signing a BL and mate receipt, without checking the contents of it. Many a times you'll find a BL is written, freight prepaid, and then you sign it. There are legal implications for that. if you sign freight prepaid bill of lading, or sometimes this remarks are there on the mate receipts as well. So if you are in doubt, please do call us or the owners, and do not think that it is okay middle of the night in Singapore, so I should not be disturbing people. No, we are here to assist you, whether it is midnight, early in the morning, late in the evening, 24/7. We are there to assist you. Signing, a wrong mate receipt can lead to cargo claims. Then owners are exposed to claims which the P&I club also would not cover. So the thumb rule is any cargo documents, whether it is a mate receipt, cargo manifest, LOA, OBL, once it is issued, and anybody who is asking to reissue it, you should not reissue it without consulting office. Same with the statement of facts. Signing statement of facts without verifying the contents can again have, off-hire claims against the vessel. And this is more important when your vessel is staying for a longer duration in a port. Reason being, if you are there for about a week or 10 days in a port, the statement of fact can run into few pages. And at the last moment, you may not have time to go through all these pages. And there are other documents to be signed. You might, just sign everything without checking the timings. And maybe the terminal, the agent, they smartly put in between some timings saying, okay, this is vessel's fault. Some vessel equipment was not working, crane not working. So all this will be counted as off-hire. So the best thing is, whenever the vessel is staying more than, let's say, 24 to 48 hours in a port, you please request the agent for a draft SOF on a daily basis till you depart, so that you just check it on a daily basis whether the contents are correct. If you are not happy with the content, you please ask them to revise or put your counter remarks at least. All right. Now, whenever there is a request for reissuing the mate receipt or some other cargo documents, numerous times the communication will be one-to-one. The agent will send a message directly to the vessel. Whenever you see a message which is only copied to you, only to the vessel, please, spread it to all the concerned parties. Take their consent whether, this is correct to sign or not. The reason is nowadays there are too many phishing mails coming to the vessels as well. So it is a part of cyber security also. It is possible somebody might have hacked into the system and he starts communicating one-to-one. Before pressing the reply button, just ensure your common IDs of your owners, managers, charters, they are in copy. If they are not in copy, from your end, you please add these email IDs so that the entire world is aware what you are going to do and what request has come to you. I'm not sure if you are able to see these, but these are some of the actual emails that has come to the vessel for revision of some documents, and they are again one-to-one emails. All right.
Sudhir, can you read one of those emails? Maybe
I'll go back. I'll go back and
yeah.
All right. It says, dear Captain, good afternoon. Your kind assistance note that on the MR missed the date of departure. It is possible to send validated. That means the agent is asking to, revise the date on the MR. So what can go wrong is if you do not, follow the correct procedure of reissuing a mate receipt, you will end up signing two mate receipts. And if you have two mate receipts, two original bill of ladings can be issued against each one of the mate receipt. So for one cargo, you will have two OBLs circulating in the market. That means it is something like, you have a property which is sold to two guys, and then both the guys can come over and start claiming that this is my property. So in the market, if there are two OBLs floating, two receivers can come and start claiming, please give me my cargo. And you cannot, reproduce the cargo during the voyage to make it double. So be careful. Is it- the next one is about loading on main deck and hatch covers. Sometimes you get a request, okay.
Sudhir, maybe I'll just intervene for a few minutes. Sure. Yeah. I believe this very important topic, what Captain Sudhir just now discussed regarding signing of documents. So it is not only for masters and the mates, because even chief engineers also sign a lot of documents at times. And we do feel that, any document coming from any established, third party, a reputed third party will be in order. Please do check it thoroughly, because you are signing a blank check, as like yesterday what Mr. Gupta said, like your chief engineers are signing BDN. There are times, when the figures have been changed. They have agreed to a figure and the figure was changed while signing the BDN. Chief engineer did not even check it. So even chief engineers have to be very careful while signing any documents. Chief officers, especially, signing a mate receipt, you have to know what is the cargo condition. You have to put the condition of the cargo on the mate receipt. If you don't agree with what is mentioned on the mate receipt, never sign it. We are always available. Please do call us. But once you sign it, it is done and dusted. After that, nobody will be able to help you and help us and help owners. There have been cases where people have lost millions of dollars because of wrong signatures. So BLs are document of title. I know this, everybody should understand. If you have signed a BL wrongly, finally anybody can come and claim the cargo. And especially I'll like to share a case where letter of authorization to sign the BL. Sometimes you give letter of authorization to the agents. I think many masters will remember Captain Alvarez, letter of authorization to sign the BL. Do you give or do you ask company before giving this? Do you give it yourself or do you ask the company's this thing permission before you issue a letter of authorization? Captain? Yeah. So in those ones, we have a standard letter of authorization format. Many agents will give you their own format. Many charters will give you their own format. There was a case where they had given their own format, and it was letter of authorization to sign and amend the BL. There was very small addition and amend. This can make or break entire case, because now he has authorization to even amend the BL without even asking the master. So read everything carefully before you sign. I know a lot of times you do not have time, but please never be under commercial pressure by the third parties, by the pilots, by anybody. Read the document carefully before you sign. SOFs, we see statement of facts, are signed blindly. Every month we find such cases where SOF do not have the actual statements written on that. They are putting delays on the vessel, and we are signing them. Once you have signed them, it is accepted. The delays were actually due to shore reasons, and reasons were shown as if our crane had broken down, or the rain timings put wrongly. So very important to check these documents. This is one of the very, very important function of all the senior officers on the ship. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for adding those. The next one is about loading on hatch covers and main decks. These requests are not very often that are sent to the ships. So maybe, it can happen the vessel is only carrying once in a year this kind of cargo, or he gets a request to carry such cargo on deck. So these cargoes, like it can be, trucks, trailers, cars, containers, any kind of or any project cargo, wind blades, windmills, other kind of accessories uh, that you can think of. So whenever you get a request for loading on the deck car or on the hatch cover, there are certain things which you need to be extremely careful. The first and the foremost thing is you should be aware whether your vessel is permitted to load on deck and hatch covers or not. If you agree to the charter that, okay, I can load, the charter will fix the cargo. And later on, if you find out that no, the vessel is not designed to do that, there can be millions of dollars of claim to the owners, because as a master, on behalf of the owners, you have agreed to load this cargo, and the charters have fixed the voyage and the cargo. Now they cannot cancel it. If they have to cancel it, the entire chain and the entire efforts put by other parties, they have to be compensated for that, and it can run into millions of dollars. So first and the foremost thing is to ensure your vessel is suitable and allowed to load on deck on hatch covers or not. There is no separate certificate, where you need to check that. Many ships in the loading manual, you will find a one liner. Okay, vessel is allowed to load on deck and hatch cover, or one liner saying the vessel is not allowed. I'll just show you one extract from loading manual itself, which shows, okay, you are not allowed. So you have to be extremely cautious about checking your loading manual. So this, I think we have discussed what all cargoes can be carried on deck. And again, for the deck cargo, you need to ensure the cargoes, are last as per your approved cargo securing manual. So whenever you get a request, first check whether the vessel is allowed or not. Secondly, check whether you have a cargo securing manual on board which is approved by class or not. If you do not have this, you need to inform and get this manual approved by class, and ensure the cargo that is loaded is lashed as per your cargo securing manual. So if you can see this 4.2.9, this is an extract from a vessel loading manual, which clearly states the ship is not approved to carry cargo load on deck or hatch covers. This is just one line. If you miss this line, or if you just oversight it, and then you agree to loading cargo on deck, then it is going to be a disaster. This is another extract from a vessel, which is showing the strength of the hatch covers and upper deck. That means this vessel is suitable to carry deck cargo. There is a difference in the loadicator as well. If the vessel is designed to carry the cargo on deck, there will be certain extra fields in the loadicator to put in the cargo weight for stability calculation. If the vessel is not designed, then you will not have the options to calculate stability for the deck cargo. For the deck cargo, the important point is about the visibility criteria. Since your visibility will be hampered by having a cargo on deck up to a certain height of say 4 meters, 5 meters. So the IMO criteria of visibility has to be complied. If the vessel's loadicator is not designed to calculate those, you will not be able to do it manually. So it's important that you first check whether you are allowed to load or not, and then check whether your loadicator has required amendments in it or not. If none of these things are there, you need to probably politely decline the cargo or find ways to do it. There are certain ways wherein it can be done, but that needs involvement of class, which takes time from, let's say, 1 week to 3 weeks to get all kind of approvals from the class for the loadicator, for amending your stability booklets, for doing the calculations for deck strength, for calculation of hatch cover strength, and all those things. That takes time. So if there is time with the charter, he might say, okay, we have 3 to 4 weeks. You please go ahead, start the communication with the class, get necessary approvals, and then you load it. So this is the background of getting a non-approved vessel, getting approval from the class. There are certain bullet points that you should be aware about loading, which I have already discussed, but you just like the pre-stow plan, you must get a pre-stow plan with details of the cargo. because it's like a general cargo, and you can have 30 to 40 types of cargoes in it. So details for each and every cargo must be there, like the length of the cargo, weight of the cargo, the height of the cargo, width, so on and so forth. Then risk assessment must be done. Then you should have a approved cargo securing manual. The load indicator must be approved and should be capable of doing the calculations. The lashings should be as per the cargo securing manual. For the lashings, it is the responsibility as per charter party for the charterers to ensure the cargo is secure. However, it is the master's responsibility ultimately to make sure the cargo is secured and lashed to your satisfaction. At the end of loading, the stevedores will bring a document saying the cargo is loaded, stored, and lashed to the satisfaction of master. If you sign this document, you are acknowledging that yes, the cargo is loaded to your satisfaction. And during the voyage, if there is any mishap, then you will be responsible for that. So do not hesitate to request for some additional lashings. If you feel you need some additional lashings because of the weather that you are expecting during the voyage, you should not hesitate to request them to put some additional lashings on the cargo. During loading, for these kind of cargoes, it's not like a bulk cargo where you cannot, go close to a hatch when the hold is being loaded. At many places on terminals, when the chute is there and it is loading inside the cargo hold, you are not allowed to go close to that. However, for these cargoes, the duty officer must be all the time, stay there, keep checking what kind of dunnage they are providing, whether, there is proper choking or not. So you cannot, just sit, relax and say, okay, these guys are loading and they will do a good job. Many a times you will find these stevedores saying, no, we have been doing this kind for last 10 years or 12 years. We have enough experience of doing. No, they have enough experience of loading this cargo, but they do not have enough experience to load your ship. You know your ship better than anybody else. So it is again critical that the duty officer and chief officer, they regularly go inside the cargo hold, check what is being done, how it is being loaded and all. This is one of the pictures of the trucks and all being loaded inside the cargo hold. If you can see, they are stacked very close to each other. Now you say, okay, these are just trucks, not very heavy, so it's okay. But imagine, all these trucks have some amount of fuel inside the tanks, now which is highly inflammable. So inside the hold, once you close the hatch cover, the atmosphere from the fumes can be dangerous as well. So you have to be careful not only about choking and all, but about the hazards what the cargo brings along with it. The next one we'll discuss about is about some local requirements of some of the ports around the globe. Few of them we'll just like to highlight is, like whenever you are calling in China and you are doing any bunkering or sludge transfer, you should hoist the Bravo flag. And I'm sure a lot of seafarers, they love fishing. But majority of the ports nowadays, they do not allow fishing. So if you are caught fishing, the vessel can be fined. Indonesia calling is, again, there are few certificates like your freshwater analysis, medical chest certificates and health books. That is only required if you are calling Indonesia, and that is costing. So it costs anything from $300 to $500 each certificate, depending upon the port. So you need to discuss in advance with the agent, okay, what is the cost and all, and you can actually negotiate a little bit for these costs. Now, Australia, as Captain Amit was also discussing, in Australia, they are very particular about, not one, two, or three things. They are particular about many, many things. Few of the things that we would like to highlight is the pilot ladders. There is Huge focus on the pilot ladders, their condition and rigging of the pilot ladders, age of the pilot ladders. So they don't want any pilot ladder which is more than 2 years old. The man ropes for the pilot ladder should not be 12 months. And these are from the date of manufacture. If you receive a pilot ladder on board, which is manufactured in 2022, but you receive it today and you rig it and you say, no, I just received it in the last port. No, that pilot ladder is not valid. You should have checked it when you receive it, what is the date of manufacture, because the time again starts from the day it is manufactured, not from the day when you receive it on board, or not from the day when you put it into use. Then for bigger ships in Australia, on the bridge wings, they want to have a shelter for the pilot, something similar to what we have in the Panama Canal on the bridge wing sides. Testing of the emergency generators, again, a critical one. For bigger vessels, they want to have a CCTV in the steering gear room, wherein it actually focuses on the rudder angle indicator in the steering gear room. Then mooring rope age criteria. Whenever your vessel is fixed to BHP, especially, they want to have the mooring ropes of same type and should not be more than 5 years of age. Again, and if you're calling Australia directly from Indonesia, you should have a foot bath at the entrance of the accommodation. So these are some of the local requirements that I'm sure if you have been to these ports, you will have come across. Now, this one particular requirement about Belgium, Ghent, all the vessels nowadays are fitted with ballast water treatment system. And many of the systems, they have a limitation that they cannot operate in muddy waters or in fresh waters. However, some of them have a mixing column of wherein you can keep some seawater in the tank, then you can mix it, and then you can run these plants in freshwater ports. Or if you do not have a mixing solution, then you can request a dispensation from flag, then inform your local authorities, and then you can do the ballasting operation. However, in Belgium and especially in Ghent, they do not allow you. Even if you have a dispensation, they will not allow you to do ballasting. What they will ask you is, you please take some fresh water from the port. Now imagine if you have to take a ballast of 10,000 tons, and each ton probably will cost you around 20 to 25 euros. How much money you are going to spend just for taking in, the fresh water as a ballast in your tanks. So planning when you are doing a loading operation is very critical. If you know you are going to call a port which is in fresh water, you should consider that amount of seawater that you would require for operating your ballast water treatment system. South American ports, Black Sea ports, again, an accurate declaration is a must. Any excess fuel, lube oil will be, fined for the quantity that you have in excess. Plus, there are other penalties on the ship. So please do not leave this job to junior officers. If they prepare any declaration, you as a senior officer must cross-check it to ensure the quantities are correct. Panama Canal, I'm sure most of us crossed many times. They have a particular requirement about bridge temperature. The temperature should be within the range of 21 to 26 degrees Celsius with a relative humidity of 40 to 70%. They want their pilots to be comfortable. So if your aircon is not in good operation condition, they can actually reject a transit and they can ask you to fix it before you are allowed to transit the canal. And with the delays in canal, you can imagine, once you're out of the turn, you might be having 7 to 10 days of waiting period on owner's account as off hire. BWTS, again, please don't bypass it. If you're not able to operate in freshwater or muddy waters, do let us know, discuss it out, and then we follow the correct procedure.
Just to add, Captain Sudhir, I think just to mention here Turkey as well. Turkey has very strict enforcements with declarations also now. I mean, apart from other ports, especially the bunkers. So the chief engineers and third engineers who are taking the soundings have to be very, very careful. And if there's a discrepancy, even if there is, please discuss with office before you send the declaration. In case we need to revise the figures anyhow, let us know.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep. The next one is about steel coil loading. May I know how many of you have, just raise your hands, carried steel coils? Quickly, please. Okay. Those who have not carried, I will just summarize it in one picture, that what is the difference between, carrying a steel cargo and a bulk cargo with uniform load. If you remember this picture, just keep this picture in your mind and you will not make a mistake. If I ask you, okay, which girl you want to step on your foot, which one you would like? The one on the left or the one on the right? Why? It will hurt less. This small thing we read in class 6 or 7 standard, but this is very much applicable for steel coil loading. This girl is, steel coil loading, and this is, uniform loading. Just remember this and you will not make a mistake. So this is point load and then this is uniform load. So when today you sleep, just, once again, put a remind, just put it in your mind and you'll not make a mistake. Do I need to explain more? Or enough of this? All right, this is just an extension of the picture, just in words. How do we go about it? You should not agree to a stow plan without getting all the details about the coils, the type of coils that you're going to load, the weight of the coils, the width of the coils, and so on and so forth. Just check your loading booklet, how many tiers of how many tons are allowed. If you have 2 tiers of 15 metric tons allowed with 3 tonnages, you should not accept a load plan which says you are going to load 18 tons or 16 tons, 2 tiers. No, that's not allowed. If it is less 14 tons, yes, there's no problem, because the weight of that girl with, pointed heels is less. But if it is more, you should not allow it. And again, the one in bold, coil loading is not calculated basis uniform loading. It is a point load, because the point of contact, the surface area of the contact is less. The coil that is touching to the tank top is on a lesser area. So the load on that specific area will be more compared to the other parts. If you do not calculate or store it properly, this can happen inside the tanks, DB tanks. These are real pictures, that are available on net, and this is happened, on one ship, not ours, but in the industry we got this picture from. So probably this was overloaded, and with a lot of weight on this, you got a buckling of this. This is how it is about steel coil loading. This point loads, these red arrows pointing downwards, they are the point loads. And you see some of the longitudinals will not be stressed. They will have no loads on that. So they do not help in distributing the load. The last one is about a case of a cargo damage due to water ingress. The vessel was carrying soybean meal cargo from Argentina to Bangladesh for discharging. And after discharging almost 70 to 80% of the cargo in one particular hold, number 3 hold, they found that on top the cargo was discolored. So initially they thought, okay, it is just a minor discoloration. So they continued discharging this cargo. When they dig deeper, they found that no, this is not only the discoloration, the cargo is actually wet. Vessel was about to complete discharging. So naturally the vessel had to take ballast. So they were doing some ballasting operation as well. So immediately they stopped this ballasting operation, checked all the soundings of the ballast tanks, bilges, cargo hold bilges as well, and they found that everything was, as it is. There was no water in the bilges. The tanks were what they were supposed to be. The soundings are intact, but they could not make out from where this water is coming. Ultimately, there was quite a bit of delay of about 3 to 4 days for discharging this cargo, because the game of passing the ball started. Everybody was passing the buck. The charters were passing the bucks to the owners, saying, "No, you please handle it directly. We don't want to interfere into it." And the agents is passing it to the owners. And owners definitely, as per their charter party, were saying it is the responsibility of the charters to discharge all this cargo, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, after 3 to 4 days, after paying a penalty of more than $100,000, the cargo was discharged in barges. And then the cause for this was investigated, that how come so much of water come into the cargo hold when everything was intact, when the ballast tanks were okay, the bilges were okay. Now this vessel was a 5-hold vessel. So number 3 cargo hold was the ballast hold, wherein you take in ballast during heavy weathers on a ballast passage. So number 3 was designed as a ballast hold. For the last more than a year, there was no ballasting or deballasting of this cargo hold. So the manholes were as it is. The crew was there for about 6 to 8 months on board. No records available of when this hold was ballasted or deballasted. So they actually don't know the condition of the manhole or the packings inside it. So after discharging all this cargo, when pressure testing was done, this is what we get. Can you see that fountain? This is good for rain dance, but not in a cargo hold. So this is the culprit for that. However, on ships, we cannot have one barrier. There should be more than one barrier. So there was another barrier to it, which also failed. Normally before ballasting, you have a valve which you operate for ballasting or deballasting, and then you have the manhole in this case. So there are 2 barriers. One is the valve, and another barrier is the manhole. If the valve fails, the manhole should hold. But both the things fail. That's how the water comes into it. There were, since you have been to Bangladesh and Indonesia, so you'll see on the ship during loading or discharging, you will have at least 30 to 40 stevedots on board, minimum, who are working and staying on board 24/7. So there were valves inside the crane post for operating the DB valves, tank valve, and this valve for this cargo hold also. If you can see this one, the one with the black arrow, this one, this is slightly offset. It is supposed to be in the center, like in line with this green arrow. So it is possible that while the stevedores were going up and down from the crane post for operating the crane, somebody by mistake, just nudged this one and it is got operated half. So this valve was partly open. So this was the first failure, and the second failure was the manhole. So manhole could not hold. When we dig deeper, it was found that the gasket was missing in the manhole. There was no gasket at all. So we cannot expect the manhole to, hold against the water. So this started leaking, and naturally when they were discharging, they had to do ballasting. So when they were ballasting, this valve partly opened. So water come into this line, pressurize and start leaking, and then we have this cargo damage. So we found what can be done, but just as a seafarers, can you tell what can be done to avoid repetition? Just quickly, please. Early in the morning, I think we should not fall asleep.
I think we have 2 master mariners here.
Captain Gaio, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Captain
Good morning,
Ping.
sir. Actually, sir, replace the new rubber packing and then also regularly check the condition.
All right, perfect. And what we can do? Yes, Captain Gayo, please.
As additional improvement, I think I suggest that we put a cover for the pilot bulbs because that's where the hit. Someone is passing by. So I think,
Perfect.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is what was also done. Packing renewed, and you see this new nicely painted box that was fabricated on top of these valves. And for all the ships, whosoever has valves in a vulnerable places, so to avoid any inadvertent opening by anybody. So some of these lessons learned is know your ship. Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to add, sir, during ballast voyage, the ballast tank is already full. So you can check if there's a leak already during ballast
Correct.
voyage.
But this manhole was for the cargo hold ballasting, not for the ballasting. Number 3 hold was a ballast hold. So this
sir,
manhole is for ballasting
but the water is coming from the ballast tank, sir? Is that
No,
correct?
not from the ballast tank. From the manhole which is used for ballasting the cargo hold. Number 3 cargo hold is a designated ballast hold, and this manhole is for ballasting and deballasting the cargo hold, not the ballast tank.
Yes, sir. But the water, where's this come from?
And any doubt or still clear?
Yes, sir, because there's already a cargo inside when the cargo was contaminated.
Yes.
So if there's a cargo inside, so where's the water coming from?
No, the valve was open, the manhole was not holding, and this manhole is for ballasting the cargo hold. Number 3 cargo hold.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So it must be have some check before. All valves must be checked during ballast voyage, sir.
Correct. Valves check during ballast voyage, and while you are doing ballasting and deballasting also, you must ensure that only the tank which you are operating, that valve is only open, not the other ones. So these are few of the lessons that are learned from this incident about marking the valves, knowing your ship in and out, and then ballasting and deballasting operations must be monitored closely. Now, why we have, why all of us are discussing these things for the last 2 days? What is the
Captain
aim?
Sudhir, we have
Yeah.
some
Yes,
more
please.
comments from the.
Normally, sir, we take photo before we close the manhole so that we ensure that there's a gasket inside.
Correct. That's the correct procedure. Probably, it was missed out by somebody since this hold was not ballasted for more than 1 year. There was no records available.
And also, sir, the bulbs, we put seals. Sometimes I put seals on cargo hold number 3.
Perfect. That's how it should be. So, why we are deliberating over things for the past 2 days? What is our aim? We don't want any fatalities. We don't want any cargo incidents, no financial loss, no reputation loss, no fires, no claims. And last but not the least, the continual improvement. If I remember correctly, from the first speaker from yesterday, and then so going forward, many of us has talked about continual improvement. That to meet the challenges, to meet the new requirements, we have to continually improve ourselves. So before I just wind up, storytelling time, just before bedtime, small story about water. I'll just tell you. All of us are having waters on our table. So one day, water was thinking, to himself and talking to himself that, my God, I'm of no use. I, hardly contribute to anything. And then one fine day, a very wise man came and said, why you are so worried? He said, look, my friend, I'm just doing nothing. People are just drinking me and taking showers and cleaning clothes. And more than that, I'm not of any use. Okay, so this guy said, all right, what we'll do is you improve yourself by increasing your temperature 1 degree every day. And then let's see if you are of any use or not. And after some time, if you find you are of any use, then we'll talk. Otherwise, we will not talk. He said, okay, fine. So water started increasing his temperature every day, 1 degree, 1 degree, 24, 25. People feel good to drink it. Now become higher, 30 degrees. Sick people drink it. They feel better. So he thought, oh, I'm not only good for normal people, I'm good for the sick people as well. So that's my additional, quality. Then slowly he again raises his temperature, goes to 45 degrees, 50 degrees. With that water, you can wash your greasy dishes, which were not going with cold water. So he said, oh, fine. I found another one. I'm useful with this much of, temperature for washing much dirtier things. And slowly and steadily, the temperature keep rising. And one final day, the temperature goes to 100 degrees. So at 100 degrees, what happens to water? Please. Simple physics from class 4. What happens to water at 100 degrees? Quickly, please. Boil, and then you got steam, right? When you got steam from the water, this wise man came and said, now you please hold on, I'll show you. He trapped that steam and used this for engines and so many other things. Now, water was surprised that he has the capability to run a ship, to run a locomotive, to run a boiler, to run a plant, and whatnot. So I'll just say, you please increase your abilities and skills 1% day by day, and you never know when you will become steam and you will realize your actual potential. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain Sudhir. Thank you so much. So I just want to bring up the point, the last point where we were talking about the manhole, the gaskets. So this is a very common point on older ships. We see, and apart from the just changing the gasket, the material of the gasket and the thickness of gasket is very important. Okay, for it to do its job at that position, the material and the thickness is very important. And over time, these manhole covers are also thinning down, getting derusted and painted over and over and again. The thickness, the strength of the manhole covers is also reducing. So whenever you find such scenarios, please report to us, and we will arrange the right spare for you. Okay, and also if there is a substandard valve or the indicator is not operating, the valve is loose, or if there is a defective valve, these are very critical things, for the day-to-day operation. And we do not want to have any loose ends here. Okay, please report and feel free to report to us, and we have a defect reporting system on the portal. You can immediately, with the photograph, and if you have a good reporting system, if you report well, it'll be easier for us to plan the spares, connect the spares in a timely manner, and finish the problem. Thank you. Next we have a technical presentation from our superintendents, Mr. Sachin Soni and Mr. Abhishek. They will be talking about risks of blackouts and how do we prevent blackouts and bad scenarios at sea. Having a blackout or having a problem with the engine can lead to disastrous situations. So we'll talk about that now. There is a barcode here. There's a barcode which we have put up here. You please use your mobile devices to scan this, and there's a quick questionnaire on the feedback of the on the feedback of this conference and any feedback you have for us. So we'll be happy to address the issues. Please fill up this form. Use this barcode with your phones. All right, I would request you all to settle down so that we can continue with our next presentation. Please take your seats now. We are starting in 1 minute. Is there anyone who's having difficulty filling up that form? Has everybody done it? If you're having any trouble, you can contact Mr. Normal here on the IT section.
Good morning, everyone, and many thanks for being here today. Please allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Sachin Kumar Soni. I'm working as a technical superintendent from UMS Delhi office.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and myself Abhishek Kumar, working as technical superintendent, and we both will be presenting a presentation on managing risk and blackout and PSC preparedness. So Sachin will start.
So we would like to discuss some concerns which have resulted recently in incidents and PSC detentions. So mostly our focus will be on the blackouts, how to prevent the blackouts and how to respond to them in case the blackout occurs. And along with them, since we are also talking about managing risks, so we'll be talking about managing risk related to PSC detentions, related to our concerning machineries on board, emergency generator, emergency fire pump, lifeboat, rescue boat, and pilot ladder. This list is, of course, not all inclusive. We have our standard PSC checklist in our portal, which you guys are referring to in case you're calling any the ports where PSC chances are very high. So all of you are very aware of that. So we'll be starting with the blackouts. As everyone know, how does it happen? So yeah, everyone knows. So you have a running auxiliary engine which is supplying power to your auxiliary machineries and electrical power to all your support devices, which runs main engine, steering gear, and everything. So this auxiliary engine trips due to some reason, yeah, and either the generator stops or the generator is still running, but it is not supplying power to the main bus bar, which is supporting your main engine, steering gear, and all the equipment. So how a generator can stop? It stops because of activation of any of the safety devices. I will not be going any details in that because of course, our engine room guys knows in very detail regarding this. Lube oil low pressure trap. if you have a lube oil low pressure due to some low level or filter is choked, jacket cooling water high temperature trip, overspeed trip, reverse power trip, and overload trip. So these are the trips due to which a generator will trip and it will stop supplying power to your main bus bar. Apart from these tips, if there is a starvation of fuel oil supply to auxiliary engine because of there is a less oil in the fuel tank or your filters are choked, then also your fuel oil pressure will drop and eventually it will not be able to sustain your generator and it will cause a blackout. And the other reason, as I mentioned, your generator is still running, but still it is not supplying the voltage to your bus bar so that which runs your machineries. So what are the consequences of blackout? Everybody knows about this incident. We discussed it yesterday also, and video was also shown, the Dali incident. So it has been an eye opener of how wrong a blackout can really go. Yeah, it has been an
Maybe Sachin, we can ask how many of them have experienced blackouts during their sea time.
Yeah.
Raise of hands, people who've had blackouts on board their ships. Quite a few. Now we see this is more evident than what we've thought initially.
Was that blackout reported each time when you had it on board? And we are supposed to have a deep root cause analysis to prevent it because it is a severe category.
Okay, now raise of hands of how many people reported those blackouts. So less than half, I'm guessing. Less than probably 1/3 of the blackouts were reported, which again is very alarming.
How many of you think that you should have reported after this incident of Dali?
Raise of hands.
May I repeat? How many of you, first of all, how many of you know this incident of Dali? Very good. How many of you understand the reason for this incident? Whatever the media says about whatever you have heard from the media, I do not want to know the root cause, but the effect. Why did this incident happen? Because there was no power, correct? Very good. Everybody clear now? So I will ask the question again. Maybe, okay. Yeah, I'll ask the question again. How many of you know the reason for this incident? All of you. Just now I told you. Very good. After knowing this, how many of you think that you should report every blackout? Some of you still feel that you do not have to, right?
You don't think you should report this blackout in case it happens on board your ship? Or should you report it?
Some of you did not raise your hand. I would like to know how many of you think that you should report every blackout. Raise of hands, please. Can I see some people who have not raised their hands, and I would like to know the reason why? All of you, right? Loudly and clearly, please. I hardly hear anything. I'm little bit deaf. I've been engineering for a long time. Please, loud and clear. Yes or no? Yes. Again, not so clear. One more time, please. Yes. Kindly report it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. This can save someone's life. Your lives. The 6 people who have lost their lives also could have been saved. The industry has suffered a huge setback. The industry, it does not matter who was managing that vessel. The industry name is tarnished. We are being seen as a reckless operator. So we need to be a little bit more careful in what we do, as we are the ambassadors for the industry while we are working on ships. Yeah, please. Okay. Blackouts need to be reported Not only blackouts, and this is about blackout. If you have an issue that you believe can result in navigational hazard, it could lead to some third party, external party getting affected. That needs to be reported. Please do not curtail yourself, or do not stop yourself with a blackout. Okay, everything should be reported that can result in a navigational hazard or a hazard that can affect the outside environment. Okay, please. All right, yeah. Thank you.
Sir, I just want to add. Yes, sir, Captain Masal, sir. Not here in this company, sir, I didn't experience it. But in my previous ship, when we test every 6 months the emergency stop button, we found out that is also one cause of blackout because of the trips. So this is also one point, sir. And I also boarded one ship that the lube oil tank was made different. So the ship must be an even keel or trimmed by the bow to have to avoid low pressure from the. That's what I experienced from other ships. But in this company, I did not receive.
No, as long as it is a routine blackout that you have done while testing your machines, like quick closing valves, you try it sometimes, and if the valves are not opened on time, it can have a blackout. All that is a part of the plant maintenance system, right? Ah, should not happen. So anytime you have a blackout, anytime you have such an event, it should be not only reported. I'm not talking about reporting to the management company. I'm talking about reporting it in a manner that it can be resolved permanently. It is not passing your parcel to the management company, or because you are the management on board, you are the ship managers on board, you are managing the ship, you are the one who have the authority and responsibility by the ship owner, given by the ship owner, to manage your ship. Please treat yourself as ship managers. So reporting is not to believe that you can transfer the responsibility and authority to somebody else. There is no one else. Important is to report, to get assistance if you need. Yeah, please be clear about it. We do not say, okay, I have reported it to the superintendent. That is not enough. If the superintendent has not taken the correct action, then also the responsibility would be with you. Understand understand from master and chief master of this vessel, Dali, he would be seeing his hand soaked in blood with this 6 people. Imagine yourself sleeping every night with the thought in your mind that if you had done the right thing, 6 people would have been still alive. And irrespective of their nationality, irrespective of their status, 6 people blood is on someone's hand. You would not be able to relieve yourself of that responsibility. Whomsoever you call, whomsoever you inform, everything that we are living in a live environment where we meet third party, we meet external parties. We are a floating island. And as a floating island, we need to worry about not only the internals, but also how we deal with the external parties. Okay, so kindly do not restrict yourself to say I informed. Kindly do not restrict yourself to only report these blackouts. Kindly do not restrict only to do what is correct for today. You have to think about the future as well. And as I said yesterday, you guys are living in a very difficult environment, lot of pressure, lot of responsibility, and socially distanced from the outside world, and so many things. So we demand a lot from you today than what we were being demanded when I was sailing, or some of us were sailing. But then you are more evolved. You would be much more smarter than at least me or many of us in handling multiple things. So the demands are there, and we know that you can deliver. It is just about being focused. Okay.
So a quick piece of information for you. We have added a new facility in our portal that you can report the blackout incidents separately. Earlier it was under machinery categories, now it is separate because we need to analyze each and every incident of blackout. So please report it, even if it is a 30-40 seconds blackout, it must be reported. I am a non-technical person, but I can say there could be small human errors, like somebody disregarding a simple alarm. So we need to analyze all those cases so that we can address these and take preventive actions.
Many thanks, Vinay sir and Satyendra sir, for detailed input. So moving on, what are the consequences of the blackout apart from the serious consequence which we already discussed? So, Major, it will not have any power for your steering, and your main engine will not be able to run because it is not supported by the lube pumps and the associated machineries. So you will not have steering and you will not have maneuverability, especially if your vessel is transiting through narrow passage or shallow waters. At that time, it can be really concerning. And if you are not able to start your auxiliary engine and emergency generator timely after first blackout, the situation will be further worsened or exaggerated. It can result in collision, grounding, capsize of the vessel, oil pollution, legal and financial concerns because of the pollution which has happened, and other grounding incidents, and loss of reputation majorly to owners, managers, and the ship staff, of course. So we have seen how serious blackout can be. Now let's look how we can avoid it. So we have to ensure that our all the auxiliary engines are kept in up-to-date condition. And how we ensure it? Proper watch keeping is the most important tool, as per my opinion. I cannot emphasize more on the importance of proper watch keeping, because every machinery will give its telltale sign of any fault which is starting to develop. And if you catch that, you can stop the malfunction which is going to affect you, especially the breakout here. So proper watch keeping is very important, and performance monitoring. We have monthly performance checks which you guys are taking on board for main engine and auxiliary engine both. I request you, please don't just take it as a paper exercise. You compare your performance with the previous performance, your sea trial reports, soft trial reports, and you see a trend how your auxiliary engine is performing, and take action accordingly. If you have any doubt, please discuss with office. We will guide you as much as we can, and we will discuss with makers if we need further assistance. A second most important thing is following the PMS and make a recommendation for the maintenance which we have to carry out. So PMS, as you know, is a very good tool, our portal, which is incorporated. So please go through the portal and uh, finish the jobs of. Don't let any job become overdue. Keeping stock of necessary spares for the required maintenance, and ensuring that all the auxiliary engines can be started remotely. You have to start from ECR and they should start. Sometimes we have issue, it is not starting on gas oil. Yep, then you guys just press it and then start. This is not correct procedure. It should start without any external aid. And we have to keep at least one auxiliary engine standby at all times. Even if you're planning for some maintenance, plan it in an effective way so that one auxiliary engine should be in ready to start condition in emergency. A very important tool for reducing the effect of the blackout, which has already happened, is ensuring that your emergency generator is ready to start in blackouts. How we ensure it? Same, following PMS and make a recommendation for maintenance, battery checks, and periodic renewal of battery as per our PMS routines. Necessary stock of the required spares. Simulation test. As everybody knows now, almost every PSC is asking for the simulation test. So follow our 3 monthly requirement of doing the simulation test. Ensure that the emergency generator is always kept standby, and apart from maintenance, the usual maintenance, of course, with appropriate fuel levels, fuel levels, coolant level, and the battery charging status. So suppose a blackout has happened, or it means how we prepare for blackout, how we ensure that our crew is ready to take necessary action to restore power in case of a blackout. So you must have made the ship specific recovery procedure on board your vessel. We have started a campaign also, and you guys have responded to that. So of course the yard is providing a generic recovery procedure, but we should have a ship specific procedure with photos of each button which you are going to press and each valve you're going to operate in case of such blackouts, so that it is very easy to refer and you take action as soon as possible and resume the power.
Sachin, I just need to add, as the photograph of the buttons and the valves need to put, please put the number of the valves as well, and please make it ship specific so that somebody, even a cadet or anybody as a ship staff, if need to start, he can start by reading that procedure.
Is this clear? I mean, everybody's understanding what needs to be done? Anybody can explain? Can you repeat what you have done or what you have already done on your vessel yourself? Can you explain?
Good morning, sir. I was on board during this when the office disseminated this the email regarding this, and during our time we did what was instructed, making ship specific procedures, and at the same time familiarizing everyone on board the ship, and also making sure that they understand, and also not just by reading but also showing them uh, in actual what they should do, so that everyone can do the job, and make sure that the machineries are responding as they should when blackout occurs, sir.
Okay, so ship specific means we make the procedures so clear that even a AB or a OS can just go read point wise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do this. This button is located in this panel. You have to switch on. This is the sequence. Everything should be very clear on how to recover from a blackout situation, how to test emergency generators. You all know the requirement of emergency generator. How in how many seconds it should take on load? Yes.
45.
Right. 45 seconds. So this sequence has to be tested and ensured that this is happening within 45 seconds. Okay. And we have made some changes. I would like to just do 24 months. We will change the batteries for emergency generator. Okay. No more. If your battery is not working properly, not getting charged properly, that is very important check. 24 months, before 24 months, please make sure we raise the requisition and we have posted correct dates in place of the last change. This record is very important. This goes for lifeboat, for rescue boat, for emergency generator, right? These are critical equipment. Nowadays, the condition of battery, the quality of batteries is also, varying a lot. So we do not want to take a chance. Earlier, it used to be 3 years, but now we come back to 24 months, 2 years. Okay, so we do not keep the batteries for more than 2 years anymore.
I have some additional for the cause of blackout, human error, because I've been experienced that engine crew instead stop generator number one, is stop generator number two.
Very correct. Many thanks, Samar sir. So we have made a standard recovery procedure which is ship specific, and we have posted it in ECR for easy reference. But that only doing that will not serve the purpose. The crew has to get familiarized with it and do regular drills and training for the blackouts, so that you are ready at all times. And when you're going through the procedure, you know what you're doing and why you're doing it. So regular drills and training on blackout situations and recovery procedures. Know your critical machineries. This is very important, of course. You should know why a critical machinery has been provided on board. What is its function, and how it is working, and what are the essential components which are supporting it, which have to be maintained so that this critical machinery works properly. So please get familiarized with your critical machineries. So now we will be speaking about PSC preparedness. As I mentioned before, we are covering the most important topics. Even if a PSC do not check anything else, they will check these items. And if any concern is found regarding these items, they will take serious action. So first, we will be covering emergency generator readiness and checks. Usually PSCO will ask for a running test, and nowadays they are very frequently they are asking for the on-load test. So they will check whether a emergency generator is kept on standby or not. Many times you do a maintenance on emergency generator, or you try it out weekly, then we forget to put it on standby. So please take care of that. Whether there are any alarms on emergency panel during stopped or running condition, there should be no alarms. Any lubal, whether the fuel is enough for the 18 hours of full load operation. So you should mark the level on your fuel tank that, yeah, this is the minimum level which I have to maintain. So as discussed now, emergency generator should come on load within 45 seconds of main power shutdown, or when you're doing the simulation test by pressing the switch or putting off the breaker. It should come within 45 seconds. It should come on load. The quick closing valve operation of fuel tanks, we should try it out every week when we are trying out the emergency generator, and we have to ensure it that it is reset correctly after you're trying out. Voltage and frequency reading of emergency generator. Suppose you have started the emergency generator, it's running in idle, but you don't see any voltage or frequency, it's running. Yeah, that can also happen. Fuel oil, lube oil, coolant, exhaust gas leakages. There should be no leakages in the system. Emergency lightings in the emergency generator room, and status of both the means of starting a generator. It should be both the batteries, or one can be the battery and one can be the spring starter. So you have to try out weekly by both the means.
I just need to add in point number 9 that status of both means of starting of generators. We have to try out both the means. Means if some of the vessels have two separate set of batteries, some of have one set of battery, one set of spring starting. So it's better to test both. If it is starting by one, not starting by other, this is also a clear case of detention or major deficiency. Thank you.
A few more important checks. Emergency switchboard insulation readings. Starting procedure should be posted in room for the easy reference. Crew familiarization, as we discussed, most important thing. I would like to discuss regarding crew familiarization issue. Your seamanship will help you in a way which no checklist can help you. because many times the deficiencies which are pointed out are simply related to the seamanship, general seamanship guidance, which are very difficult to mention in any checklist. I'll share one example. One of our field vessel, they started they tried out the lifeboat engines prior arrival the port, and they tried out with both the batteries, and then they forgot to put the battery switch to neutral position, and they also forgot to put the batteries again on charging. So next day, PSC arrives. They try out the lifeboat engines, but it cannot start. Yeah. So these are usual seamanship procedure that what you have done. You have to make sure that the your equipment is again ready for next use. So yeah, crew familiarization with the equipment, lamp test of the panel to ensure that suppose there is an alarm on the panel, but you cannot see it because your lamp is not working. Yeah. So lamp test, please carry out the lamp test. A maintenance record as per our SMS. Yeah, you have to write what is means written in the PMS. Yeah, we have to be very careful in maintaining the records, whatever maintenance we are doing on the emergency generator. Abhishek will take over for lifeboat and rescue boat.
Thank you, Sachin. So, lifeboat and rescue boat, these two are also the major emergency equipments on board. Though we are testing weekly, monthly, 6 monthly, and then annual checks are being done. But apart from that, some of the times a third party comes on board. These equipment, lifeboat, rescue boat, emergency generator, as Sachin had rightly said, they come, they found out some deficiency, they found out something that we could not being on board for quite some time, uh, but they are there for 2 hours, 3 hours, and they found out some major deficiencies on board. So it just being something has been either neglected or that has been just not properly being checked. So these points that we will be covering here will be not limited to, but these are the very normally these can be checked, but apart from that we have to look after other aspect as well. So during the as I said already, the when a PSC inspection come, they will check the overall upkeep and the demands of they demand some time to see the operational condition of the lifeboat and rescue boat. And as per SOLAS chapter 3, it has already been mentioned about their interval and checks. So these are the few points that we need to see in a live boat when we are doing our weekly tests, generally on Saturdays. So the lights of the cabin, searchlight, canopy lights, engine operation, as well as the steering movements, the window glass condition, if there are any cracks or something, or scratches, or if it is blurred. Leakage is very vital point. Sometimes we just check the engine is operational, and after that we leave. But sometimes it happens there is a leak inside, maybe the fuel or exhaust, and in case of fuel, that keep accumulating. In case of the free fall live boats, it keep accumulating in the bilge areas, and that is kept neglected. And sometimes if somebody found out, that becomes a clear reason for a deficiency. And then the condition of seat belt, inside condition of the live boat overall, reflective tape, very important. Then again the level of fuel, coolant or lube oil. Then yeah, the David's limit switch operation, just check it is operational or not. Then wire rope condition, as we all know, the and it has to be renewed at 5 yearly, and at 2.5 years we have to end to end we have to uh, rotate. Then the greasing of these is important, the condition need to be checked. The proper securing position of the hook and smooth engagement and disengagement. uh, this I just want to elaborate a little on this. uh, just uh, quite not much of the time has passed, and one of the vessel, they were doing regular checks on the uh, the live boats. They were doing the weekly checks, and after lowering one of the time, as per the regular requirement of 3 monthly lowering, they they could not able to secure the hook at the mark position. This is I'm talking about the sidewise live boat. And one fine day a PSC comes on board and they found out it is not at the correct marking, and a detention was done. So it was we can see as a uh, people could not see. I think this Vinay sir also mentioned it. Yes, he mentioned this yesterday. This hook marking position, this was not clear ground for detention. Apart from that, this was a major safety breach. If somebody working on this live boats, and if it is not secured properly, that can be a major fatality. Then apart from that, then condition of starting batteries, these we need to check. Sachin has already mentioned that. Then ration and medicine, these things, these ROBs need to be checked, and then validity need to be confirmed that whether they are not going to expire very soon or they are already expired. So if that, then please raise our requisitions accordingly. Then lowering procedure must be posted near live boat and rescue boat, and also there should be emergency light near that where this procedure had been posted, so that in case of any emergency happen, you are also under blackout, then you have emergency lights to see that. Then crew familiarization, very very important. Each of the crew individually should be able to operate these live boat and rescue boat or any equipment uh, alone. Then again, the maintenance and inspection records that need to be maintained regularly for confirm any party. Then same this for rescue boats, there are a few areas. Then again, engine operation in ahead and astern direction. And in rescue boats, the cooling water flow, this is a very important aspect. When some of the times in weekly routines we check that the engine is operational, the steering is operational, but the cooling water flow is not coming from the top. There is a nozzle, that from the nozzle water should flow, and if it's not flowing, this is also major deficiency. There is some issue with your pump, it is not cooling your engine, so that need to be checked. Then fuel tank label, battery physical and charging condition, painter, the release painter condition need to be checked, bilge pump operation, band lifeline condition, reflexive tape, then hydraulic flexible hose condition, slewing. Then there is arrangement of slewing of the rescue boat davits, that need to be operational. There are three method in almost all the vessels rescue boat davits: the normal automatic operation, then the manual operation, the accumulator operation. We must be checked that all three operations are satisfactorily in satisfactory condition. Sometimes accumulator has the pressure but it is not charging, it is not operational. Sometimes accumulator pressure would be low and it is not sufficient to uh, turn the davit as per the going to the required angle and come back. So these needs to be checked. Then car 35 release hook is very very important. This release hook has in case of some of the makers, it every 5 yearly this need to be either replaced or overhauled, and you should have the overhauling certificate or the maker certificate with you, so that need to be verified when we are on board. Then same as live boat, lowering procedure posted an emergency light above the procedure should be there. Then crew familiarization and maintenance and inspection records should be maintained. Then back to the next topic is emergency fire pump readiness and checks. Uh, Similarly, it is also very important, and without fail, any PSC comes even for means an hour, he must be checking emergency fire pump. And once emergency fire pump is checking, he is not checking just the operation going to the local station. He generally they want to see uh, two of the fire hoses at the farthest point or the highest point on the vessel, means on the bridge, as well as on the when they are going the farthest at the near the windlass. They just ask, open the put two of the fire hydrants, connect the fire hoses, and they want to see the distance, then how your fire pump is working. So that need to be checked accordingly. Then a starting procedure must be posted, and the pump should always be in the ready condition to be started. It should be always on standby. Some of the pumps had some other valves to be open, some other valves to be closed. Accordingly, it should be kept on board.
Abhishek, one second. For the rescue boat, are you all testing the emergency operation on nitrogen on a weekly basis? Yeah. Have you ever faced that this is not uh, operating as it should be on emergency without the electrical power? Has anybody faced on the vessel that it is not moving on the nitrogen accumulator? Anybody had an issue on the rescue boat? Can you explain how you tested? What is the requirement? Okay, so it is very important. Yeah, one second, Chief.
Yes, the rescue boat required to be operated without power using the accumulator by nitrogen. So it's should be operated to swing out from 180 degrees and come back to the center again, so that we should know that this is operated normally.
So very good. So if this accumulator is not holding pressure, if you see your electrical pump is off and your stored pressure is dropping and dropping and dropping and it is not holding, that means what does it indicate? Yeah, if your pressure is dropping, usually it is maintaining 150, 160 bar, right? So if it is, as soon as you switch it off, you see next day it has dropped to only 80 or 70 bar. So what does it indicate? Okay, it is very important to be familiar with your hydraulic system. Okay, there might be a internal leakage or the nitrogen pressure is not good, or there is an internal leakage in the relief valves, one of the valves are leaking or not holding. So this means it requires immediate attention. So this has to be reported. Okay, so do not get into trouble with PSC. The most important check on a weekly day, electrical engineers, make sure your pressure is not dropping. You maintain your good hydraulic pressure so that it is ready. Okay, understood?
Thank you so much, sir. I would just like to add one more point. Apart from electrical motor and accumulator, there is one more way in emergency how you can operate your slewing operation. Can anybody tell what is that mean? Yeah, so there is a hand pump also, which also you should be checking whenever you are testing your rescue boat slewing operation.
Yes, Captain Gav.
Just additional point, sir. Manual pump is functioning, nitrogen accumulator, fully charged. Everything is working. But there's one thing also that we have to remember: the solenoid valve, because I experienced that one. Some broken solenoid valve there, it will not work also. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, very correct. Solenoid valve is also an integral part of the hydraulic system. So if you are testing it on a routine basis, then we will know that there is an issue with some part of the system. It is not working properly.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Quick question, sir. Because Mr. Tongtang last visit, he told us that there's this new requirement from China PSC that when using this hand pump, it could reach for about 5 minutes to reach this life raft. So I just want to clarify if that's true. if there's a regulation about that.
Yes, so the best way to clarify this is from maker's manual. They clearly mention how much your accumulator should be able to swing and at what speed it will be required to swing your rescue boat. Yeah, so you can always refer to that, and you can contest the PSC if they are posing some unreasonable requirement on you. Yeah, so you have to check your manual. Any more questions on this or any doubts?
Sir, reaction to first engineer's uh, query, because it's normally it's not mentioned in the maker's manual. So maybe we can establish our company's procedure in the absence of that specific time that we have to operate by manual.
If it is not mentioned in the manual, please contact office. Yeah, we will get detailed requirement from the maker. Yes, and then it can be attached along with your manual for future guidance.
Yes, so as we were discussing earlier, for emergency generator, we have ship-specific procedure posted on all the vessels, sequence-wise, which valve is where, how to operate, and what should be the normal pressure. It is mentioned. It should be posted. If you go on a vessel where this is not there, please report to your superintendent. We should have it there. We should make it there immediately, or maybe due to some reason it has been missed out. We should have ship-specific procedure for this as well. Okay, and everybody should be focusing on this, because this is 100% check any PSC would do.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. One more question. Can we have one more question, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, sir, I just only I have an experience about the emergency generator. We have a blackout and the emergency generator run, but the emergency steering is not started in braids. They started in steering gear room. So maybe some vessel, maybe all vessel are the same like this. Thank you, sir.
Yep, correct. So when your emergency generator is running, you will be doing emergency steering. So it will be operable from the steering room usually. Yeah.
What's important is you should know your ship. You should know what are the emergencies and the procedures which are given to you. And that is the reason in the beginning of the presentation it was told that you should make ship specific procedures. All right. So if you know what is the design on your ship and if your crew is familiarized, that is okay. Not a problem. Okay. And I'll just want to go back to one misconception about rescue boat hydraulic system. So we need to make sure that the people who are operating and demonstrating and training are well aware of the design or the points which they need to check on the rescue boat hydraulic system. So when you are required to swing out the rescue boat, you have basically three methods that you can do. There's electrical pump, which is given. It remains on auto all the time. The moment you start the pump, it will continue to maintain the pressure. And there is design in the system that it will, recirculate the oil and maintain the pressure in the system. If this pump by any reason is not working, then you have a hand pump. All right, so you can use the hand pump and you can still do the function. And finally, there is also for emergency recovery where you need to swing out the davit in a certain period of time. You have accumulator given. All right, so if you operate the accumulator, it should swing out the boat and you should be able to lower it. Now, the important point, as I said, is that when the inspector comes, or even when you're going, you look at the pressure gauge and then you say there's no pressure, or there was no sufficient pressure, and that becomes a deficiency. And you're not able to demonstrate that there's nothing wrong. All right. Why there is no pressure? Because maybe there is some valve in the system which is shut. So when there is no pump operation, when your hand pump is not working, when your electrical pump is not working, and if your accumulator cock or the valve which is coming out to the pressure gauge or the main system line is shut, you will have zero pressure in the system. All right. This you need to understand, because what people think that this is a closed loop hydraulic system, and if you even close the valve, it should still continue to maintain and show us the pressure, but that's not true. There's a misconception about it. So what's important is that you familiarize yourself. When you are showing this to your crew or to your fellow colleagues or to the external parties, you should have complete know-how of the system. So I will repeat the question. If your accumulator outlet valve is shut, what would be the pressure gauge showing? Anybody can answer. Accumulator pressure, you topped up to 220 bar, and then you shut all the valves. What will be the pressure on the pressure gauge? Anybody can answer. I mean, if okay, I hear there are two answers, different answers. Maybe
If we run the pump, the pressure will rise. Then we close the valves, the pressure will maintain. If we left open the valve and we stop the pump, then the pressure will go down.
that is the maintenance valve that you're talking about. If you open that, it will go down. But you stop the pump, and then there's a valve which is the reserve for your emergency operation on the accumulator. If you shut this valve, what happens? That was my question. The accumulator outlet valve, if it is shut, what will be the system pressure shown in the pressure gauge?
It is the pressure that you left it. Same pressure.
Yeah, so this is what was the question. And in many cases, you will see when the inspector comes, he would say there is no pressure or zero pressure. And it is the normal design. It will not be what you said, Chief. All right. So you need to understand, you can go on board and try again, and you will find it. Because it is understood that there is no possibility of this pressure to be lost. But you have to understand hydraulic and pneumatic, there is a slight difference. The hydraulic, the moment you stop applying any pressure, it will drop to zero. So the moment you close the valve, your accumulator had the pressure, not the line. You have disconnected the accumulator. If you are using the pump has the capability to build the pressure. All right? So the hydraulic means that the liquid or the hydraulic oil which is inside is totally incompressible. Consider it as a wood or a metal. All right, as long as you are pushing by the pressure given by nitrogen in the accumulator, that's a push, or electrical pump, that's a push. The moment they are disconnected from the system, the pressure will drop immediately to zero. It should, right? And remember this. Yeah, so as I said, the liquid is incompressible. We somehow try to think that, no, it's like gas. No, you cannot compress it. It's like wood or metal. So the pressure is only visible as long as there is an external force. The moment you isolate the external force, the pressure will drop to zero. That's the principle. Right? Okay, continue.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lokesh sir. Thank you, Alok sir. Then we can come back to emergency 5M now. Yeah. So the PSC generally checks a few of the points as we earlier discussed. Then the operation, the overall operation, the pressure at pressure and performance at the farthest and the highest point. Sorry. And then the pump starting and operation. Then the one of the very important point is its priming of the vacuum device. Each of the emergency fire pump has a vacuum device, a priming unit that needs to be, the pump need to be primed if you are in a ballast condition when there is a loss of suction. So we need to check the condition and whether it's performing well or not. Then general condition, discharge pressure, these things we are anyway checking. The leakage test of the isolation valve, this is one of the important topic as well. A few of the PSC, this is also a clear check. They have to check this isolation valve. So we must check the isolation valve, whether isolation valve is serving its purpose or not, it is actually isolating after closing or not. Then the maintenance record. And
I would just like to add on the leakage test. Anybody, of course, you are well aware, but if anybody can explain the procedure to check how the isolation valves is tested, how you test it on board. Okay, so how you have to do it, it will depend on your vessel, how many isolation valves are fitted. So in general, there will be isolation valve for the main deck. So when you close it, there should be no fire main supply to your deck side. So what PSC will ask you, they will close the isolation valve going to the deck, and then they will ask you to run the fire pump, and then they will see if there is any water which is coming out from the hydrant. Yeah. Similarly, they can do it from the engine room also. Engine room will also have one isolation valve, so they will close it, and then they will test. They will open any fire hydrant. So there should be no water coming out from those valves.
Have you all seen the isolation valves on board your ships? Where are they generally located?
okay, so after isolation valve, the crew familiarization is important as other emergency items. Every crew must be aware how to operate, and they should be able to operate it single-handedly. Then the maintenance and the inspection record is also an important aspect. Then last but not the least, pilot ladder checks. Uh, Generally, it is a saying that anybody comes on board, even a crew, when they are start coming to the vessel, when they see the first time, from the time onwards, they start analyzing the vessel, they understanding the vessel. So that goes with pilot as well, and any third party when comes on board. Whenever they come, they check, they see the professionalism of the crew, they see the pilot ladder condition, how they have been secured, and basis that they make up their mind how the vessel is and how the vessel crew is. So basis that, we just try to categorize the pilot ladder readiness and checks into three aspects: the pre-boarding checks, in use procedure, as well as the post use inspection and maintenance. Then in pre-boarding checks, it's a normal, we as we doing for other items, they conduct a very thorough visual inspection. Just check each of the items, the ladders, how the ladder condition is before securing the ladder. Make sure the surrounding of the ladder does not have any apparent issue that can cause a difficulty to the pilot. Then proper rigging is important before giving away signal to the pilot that he can come on board. Ensure that the pilot ladder has been properly rigged. Then verify the condition of the ladder, that certainly you will do prior fixing up the prior rigging of the pilot ladder. Then once you have rigged, and then make sure that the vessel speed and the position of the ladder is as per the pilot's requirement. Sometimes you have put in the port side, but he wants in starboard side and in that way or something. Then please do not forget to use our checklists and procedures. Uh, there is a campaign as well on and as well as the circular as well on the our portal. Please keep following that and familiarizing our crew on this. In use check is another very important thing. Then the most important thing in this is a proper angle of securing. When you are rigging the pilot ladder, make sure that the angle is vertical. It should not be at any angle that you have put that. And then please monitor and confirm that the correct deployment angle for a pilot, so that he can have a safe access. And proper communication should be maintained. Somebody from the crew side must be there to attend him and giving him a proper signal, and then securing arrangement. And then after this, when you are unrigged the pilot ladder, please carry out another thorough inspection before securing it. Before securing it, please check the condition of manila rope. That sometimes that has been missed. We are checking the pilot ladder and missing but please make sure that has been checked thoroughly. And please cover it when you are securing it. Also please cover it for any weather effects, so that is not something that can be used on daily basis. So please secure it and cover it for any weather effects.
Abhishek, I would just like to add something.
Yeah.
While inspecting the pilot ladders, we have to ensure the chokes are not loose. There is a possibility the chokes may get loose with time. So we are using the pilot ladder for 2 years from the date of manufacture, but there is a probability the steps, the below step, first 5 steps or 6 steps may get loose. So please do inspect the chokes are not loose. If you find any of the chokes are loose, please replace the ladder with a new one. Okay? Please continue.
Yeah. Okay, so with this, we will just wind up our presentation. But we just want to say one thing. Please, does not mean that these are the only 3-4 points that are PSC is covering. There are another points as well. We need to make sure that those are covered. Those are covered too during your inspections. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Just to make sure, the PSC checks do not start when the PSC boards the vessel or when he is with the master. Please understand, no external party can find defects on your ship in 2 to 4 hours, which you don't already know. You should probably be knowing most of them. The PSC check would start the moment PSC is at the jetty, or probably earlier when they've seen your records on the online portal. He reaches the jetty, he would see the smoke, your ropes, your ladders, the gangway net. When he comes on board, how he's cabin, the initial paperwork. Half the battle is won there itself. Before the rounds of the PSC starts, the person, the inspector, knows whether you are following your SMS or whether you have a problem on board the ship. Please understand, the initial starting points are very essential. Whether you take them on the rounds, what you show them is only half. The initial part is very important. How you present your ship initially. Your gang keepers, your attending of the PSC, checking of IDs, passes, everything is very important. Yeah? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good noon, sir. Just 2 points, sir. For emergency generator testing, it was not emphasized that there are 2 types of testing for the emergency generator. One is auto sequence test, and the other one is blackout test. So there are 2 different things. 2 different tests should be carried out every quarter. So on board my vessels, I always have 2 checks. That is the auto sequence. You have to carry it out through the panel with the switch or push button. And second is you have to turn off the breaker in the engine room. So that is for the blackout test. And next point, sir, is just an experience with inspection with the DNV and US Coast Guard, testing of emergency fire pump. So they test first the emergency generator, then after that, we run the emergency fire pump, then they turn off the emergency generator just to check if nobody is using the fire NGS as supplement for the fire system. That's all, sir.
Yeah, many thanks for
Thank you,
this
thank you.
valuable feedback also.
Thanks, Ryan.
Just to add, I know everything has been said and there's nothing for me to say more. But we have been having these issues with uh, some of the vessels that we have recently taken over regarding the PSC inspections. Uh, Look, I realize that some of the deficiencies or some deficiencies would exist on ships, but not knowing them, not having a clear housekeeping rule on our side, that is a bad reflection. We should know our vessel. We ran a few campaigns, know your vessels, know what is wrong with your ship is half the battle. And some, I mean, I think as I said, everything has been said. These are only a few uh, glaring points. But the industry is demanding us to go to run LNG vessels, dual fuel vessels, methane, ammonia, hydrogen. I do not know what all is going to come in the near future. And if we are still struggling with the pilot ladders, if we are still struggling with the life raft straps not cut, if we are still struggling with emergency fire pump not taking suction, you see the divide that we have in the industry. We cannot afford to have this anymore. We have to have a strong GM. We have to have a ship that is stable, and then only we can load cargo on it. So there is a huge disconnect, I believe, in where we would like to be and where we are. I mean, on one hand, as I say, we are living in Stone Age where we are still seeing deficiencies with regards to pilot ladders, with regards to lifeboats not secured, life raft straps after they have come back from ashore not cut, oil here and oil there. I believe these should be now a thing of the past. We have all matured, grown. We have always already seen a lot of such things. So kindly look to secure your house as quickly as possible. We do not have time. I have mentioned this in the past. I used to work for a very large organization 25 years back. And this person said, if you would like to be where you are, run as run as fast as you can. I repeat, if you would like to be where you are, run as fast as you can. If you would like to reach anywhere else, run faster. And this is where we are. If you would like to be in a space where we are entrusted with dual fuel vessels, where we are entrusted with specialized vessels, the minimum that we need to do is to have our housekeeping and basic seamanship, handled. I said it yesterday. I again request you today to go back when you are back on ships to drive this message. If we are not careful, our survival would be at stake. This is our lifeboat. This lifeboat is not somebody else's. And even if it is somebody else's, your life depends on the securing of this lifeboat. If there's a hole in this lifeboat, irrespective of whose lifeboat it is your life that would go. It is our life that would go. We cannot be comfortable in saying that my area of this lifeboat is secured. Not good enough. Okay. PSC inspectors come on board as Amit rightly said. They are not coming there for finding faults. They are there to find if you are following proper procedures or not, if the vessel is seaworthy or not, if their interests and their risks are covered when you call a certain port. Understand the channel, understand the implication. If you have a situation where your non-maintenance can close the channel, then amount of you know lives that would get disrupted. And I'm not talking only about money, but many people's life would be dependent on that channel's proper running. There would be people who would be suffering on both sides of the world, shippers and receivers. Cargo whose cargo is required somewhere, it would never reach on time. Cargo would be dispatched from somewhere, it would not be dispatched on time. Lives are dependent on our business. We were considered as an essential worker during the COVID time for a reason. So we should be seeing these inspections as a way to save our lives. And it is in our benefit that we treat these pre-inspections carefully. If we do not treat them with the same sincerity as a port state control, there is a mismatch. You are not careful with your own life and somebody else is trying to help you. Then also they are helping us. So on that note, I would like to sincerely thank you all in advance for taking this message across to your friends, to your colleagues, to your juniors, to your seniors, that we are in a serious business and we need to be careful in what we are doing, because our actions affect lives. Okay? Yeah? Thank you.
We need more energy here. We need more energy here. Do we have a commitment? Do we have a commitment from you that you'll take this further to all your louder, louder? All right.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next we have a session from our QHSE team. Captain Abhishek will be taking the floor with his presentation and assisted by our DPA, Captain Satinder.
So before Abhishek starts, we spoke about a lot of positives today. We heard a lot of negatives. We are going again for another negative. So let's start with a positive thought. So every morning when we start our day, we don't think that we will do a bad job. We don't go on deck thinking that we will bang our fingers with a hammer. We don't go on in the engine room that we'll put our hand in the machinery. We don't go on the bridge thinking that, we will have a collision today. But incidents do keep happening and we have to keep learning and we have to keep improving. You will have some lot of negative injury incidents, but we have to keep learning from them and keep improving.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the issue that lies at our heart of profession, that is safety. Today, we will focus specifically on the personal injury prevention and the lessons we have learned from the incident within our field and from the fleet. The shipping industry, as we all know, is one of the most challenging and the dynamic work environment in the world. It demands constant vigilance, teamwork, and adherence to strict safety protocols and the procedures. While incidents and accidents can do happen, what matter most is what we can learn from them and how we translate those lessons into effective action to prevent recurrence. It is often said that experience is the best teacher. However, in our line of work, we cannot always afford to make mistakes and learn from them. Sometimes we have to learn from others' mistakes also. Safety is just not a guideline or a policy. It is non-negotiable priority. Each of us has a responsibility not just to ourselves, but to our colleagues, families, and the wider community. When incidents occur, they often serve as a painful reminder to us. Each incident provides an opportunity to strengthen our knowledge, refine our system, and implement more robust measures. As we proceed with this discussion, let us resolve to make a safety continuous collaborative effort. Let us learn not only from our own experiences, but also from the lessons documented by others. So let's proceed with the PPT. These are the key type of injuries. First was slip, trips and falls, mooring operation incidents, fall from height, chemical exposure, machine-related injuries, manual handling, enclosed space, fire and explosion. But there can be many others also. But these are the major ones which we have been recorded. And as per the industry statistics, the main three are the falls, rescue boat, and the enclosed space. And there has been an increasing trend in all the three, all over the world. The trend for fall incidents on board ships for the past 5 years period has remained consistent between 44 to 52 accidents per year. And the majority of casualties resulting from these accidents involve just a single person. Enclosed space accidents, when comparing 2022 and 23, both of which saw 14 recorded enclosed space incidents, there was a marked increase in number of actual casualties in 2023, 34 against the 18. Thus, although the frequency of accidents remained fairly constant, the casualty rate has doubled. Lifeboat, rescue boat incidents, the trend for number of accidents involving survival and rescue craft on board ship appears to be on the downward. But there remains a significant lag between the accident occurrence, its investigation, the release of the reports, as well as the submission. If we talk about the incidents in our fleet, which will include the restricted work cases, first aid cases also, it is on the increasing trend. As we all can see, it has been 34 incidents till now, and out of these, the 12 have resulted in the repatriation or a medical sign off on the medical ground, not exactly repatriation. The maximum number of injury cases observed to be in slip, trip, and fall category, followed by the finger injury and manual lifting. As we can see, there are 11 incidents which have occurred on board the ships because of slip, trip, and fall, followed by hand tool, finger injury, which are 6. Manual lifting, resulting in a sprain of the pen in the back, which is like approx 6, followed by others. Okay, the presentation will have some pictures, so just viewer discussion is advised. I will just share a couple of incidents which we have. I will just share a couple of incidents. There was one chief engineer while walking down the stairs from C deck to B deck outside accommodation. He tripped on the staircase. He lost his body control and fell face down. Subsequently, he hit his head against the mushroom vent flange during the fall. There are many incidents like that where slip trip have occurred. There was one AB who fell from the Boston store while climbing down. He was having 3-point contact, but because of the inadequate maintenance on the ladders and the shoes. Finger injury, using defective tool, incorrect tool, unsafe practices. While casting of the tug, crew finger got struck and crushed between tug line and the towing weights. Eye injury, because of inadequate PPE. Manual lifting, which we do on a daily basis while lifting the provisions and all. We have to maintain the right posture. Struck by or against, it is due to lack of situational awareness. Somebody is working somewhere and we are not paying attention to that part. There was one fatality which was discussed in the opening yesterday, so that was the last one. This is the most important picture, how we have to control the injuries. Please do remember, whenever we are having any preventive actions for the injury prevention, the hierarchy of controls, the PP is the least effective. The first one is the elimination, if we can eliminate. Second, the substitution. Third, engineering control. Fourth, administrative controls. Fifth one is the PP. We can just share one example of going on deck in a heavy weather. Elimination. If we can avoid going on deck, that can be elimination. Substitution. We can alter the course of the vessel and then go on the deck. Engineering control. We should have the arrangement for the safety lines. Administrative control. We should use the heavy weather checklist. PP, safety harness, all your coveralls, safety shoes, helmets, and gloves. We should remember, whenever we are carrying out any work, these controls are taken care of. Then only we will be able to prevent the injury. The company procedures which we have implemented, like sharing of the broadcast, safety alerts, safety posters, PPE metrics, campaigns from all the vessels, various training on safety through CBT, video PPTs, safety cards for various tasks on board, which is in our SMS chapter 9. We have approximately 38 safety cards. Then the circulars are there. And the last one, which is carried out on board the ship, is a toolbox meeting and the risk assessment before carrying out or conducting any task. Thank you.
So as we come to the end of the session, you all can see a small QR code on the screen. Please scan it. It's a small quiz session which you can do in 2-3 minutes. So let's do it quickly so that we can go for the question answer session quickly.
Yes, sorry, due to lack of time, we had to rush this session. Plus, please go ahead with the QR code.
Let's be quick. This session is not about checking your competency, but to learn and grow together. Everyone got the QR code right?
So before we go out for lunch, we have two things remaining. All those who have filled up the feedback form basis the QR code before, we will be having a lucky draw session. Okay. So anybody who has not yet filled up that, please let us know. We will circulate the QR code one more time. And the last thing would be a group photograph. We'll have group photographs before we leave from here. Okay, one more minute remaining for your questions. Huh?
So are we done with the quiz? Can you all raise hands who have finished 100%?
Anybody still remaining to finish? We are closing the quiz
Yeah,
now.
it's finished already.
Did anyone get 100% score on the test?
100%.
Who? Raise your hands. Anyone with 100% score?
So there were 12 questions.
190.
Anybody got?
190 over 200. 210. You got 190 over 210.
190 over 210.
Yes, sir.
So close to
180.
100%. Good.
Then another one, 180 over 210. What else? The one? 210 over 210.
Okay, so now anyone with 200 over 200 points? Anyone? Raise of hands over 200 points. Anyone over 190? Okay, please stand up, both of you. 190. Anyone else over 190? Please stand up.
Stand up.
Whoever has over 190.
180.
4, please. So we have 4. Okay, anyone else whose score is over 190? So we have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people.
Okay, we will end the session here. So big round of applause for the 4 of you. 5 of you, sorry. And we got a small gift hamper for you. Thank you. Please come forward and collect your gift.
Yeah, the consolation prize. Sigurado. Sir, we have here 200.
Okay, please, your name and ranks one by one, please.
I'm Captain Jomar Madea. I'm Captain Alex Bordeos.
Captain Richmond Peter. First Engineer Serofia.
Second Officer Centenero.
Itio Tilin.
Sir, we got perfect here. Our,
Anybody got perfect?
our cadetship program. We have perfect score. It's our cadetship program.
Wow, very good. Please come. It's nice to see the cadets also scoring so well. Wonderful. Can we come here? We can have a photo. Well done, guys. Well done. Thank you so much. A loud applause for them. So when you meet your friends, tell them what the answers are, correct answers. All those who did not score well. Okay, with this, we'll open the floor for question and answers. If you have any. We now open the floor for question and answers. You can ask questions to UMMS representatives, senior management. Any queries, we will be happy to answer.
Check. Listen, guys, we have lunch waiting at 1, and we have photograph session waiting in 5 minutes. So let us assume that you have no questions and that we have answered all. Okay, so what I'd like, okay, just before I pass the mic to him, I would like you all to prepare the questions as quickly as you can so that we do not have any time spent on courtship. I would like to say something else, but courtship is a good word, yeah? So quickly.
I'm Captain Manzales, sir. We had the conference last 2022, and I requested a salary increase, and you give it us this increase. So it was great. Thanks to you, sir. We received the increase. And now the other question now related to all the ships mostly is the communication system, sir, for our internet. Because normally it's KBH. Now mostly some ships have Starlink, some have KBH. So that's the issue now, sir. If we can standardize all.
Okay. I think salary increase, I believe salaries have increased over the last 2 years. So thank you. We can thank the owners who are here for approving it. So I think that question is already answered. And I think we are rolling out Starlink. Most of our ships have Starlink, as I understand. If some ships have not been to a convenient port, and then they would be having Starlink. So I don't think that's a. So thank you so much for asking such simple questions. Good. Thank you. We will. I think if the Starlink is not there, okay. On a serious note, if Starlink is not there, it would come on board.
Okay. Sir, good morning again, sir. Good noon. Sir, with regards to the Starlink, I observed maybe other vessels also that the free data provided by the company has the consumption speed of, I think, 5 times or 6 times faster compared to the one we purchased personally. So maybe we can look something into that. It's very fast to consume compared to the one we purchased.
Have you reported this earlier, this issue?
No, no. What he's saying is because the speed is good, the data he needs more data.
No,
Come to
what
the
you
point.
mean is the
We
data
understand.
you.
Anything else, guys, or nothing else? Okay. At the back.
Sir, I would like to raise an issue regarding portal because when we make mistakes in portal, we need to contact first the office to correct the reports. Can you make, sir, if possible, that when we make mistakes, we can correct it directly, sir?
I think before submission, you have like for known report, you please go. For known reports, I think you have an option to keep it under, keep it as a you know draft before you submit it. So it's only after you submit that you have to contact someone, and at some point you'll have to contact someone. If we give you one more button, then if you press that button as well, there's no end.
Yes, sir, because sometimes we make mistakes that we already submit.
Fully understandable, but then there is a channel. There's a 24/7 channel available for you to approach. Yeah, so
Okay,
please
sir.
do that. There's no. We can keep adding buttons, but then every time you add a button, it will only make it slower. So there's no need to do that. Yeah.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Hello, sir. Yeah, just follow up to the salary. Of course, we all want the salary topic. It's just that we have noticed before we had raised the salary or we had increased the salary, yet it's only effective for those that will board the ship. But those who are existing on board the ship, the increase of the salary did not affect. So can we please make it in general that let's say we increase salary today, January, everybody or every crew, although newly joined or existing, will both or all be affected?
In future, I think we will take this into account. Whatever has happened, we cannot undo that. In future, we will take that into note. We understand your concern, and
Then we thank you in advance, sir.
thank you.
Sir, I have a question regarding portal, especially departure reports. If you can see, there is a section wherein you can upload we will write the waypoint routes one by one when departure. So there are many cases that the mistyping of the route is very hard to check because it's very convoluted. Is there any way to make this process easier? The waypoints, sir, the waypoints in the departure report. You need to input the waypoints because it will be.
So we are in talks with Chartworld and also with Napa, and going forward, you'll have to enter only. You do not have to enter that. That would only or that would be automatically picked up from Napa or from Chartworld and brought directly into the system.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, we understand.
You're talking about passage plan or the sailing plan or? the sailing plan, they have to put all the
Sailing plan.
all
Yeah,
the
sailing plan.
and it is a very cumbersome process.
Yes, sir.
Very sorry for having all these, because there was not possible earlier to make it a direct communication between the chart world and our system. Now we are working on it. So very soon we understand. Very soon you will not need to enter it. When you make a passage plan in the ECDIS, then you would be able to get an Excel sheet that you would need to upload. That would be automatically going into the portal.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Totally
Working on
understand.
that front, yeah.
Last question.
Regarding the rejoining bonus, sir, I just want to confirm. Uh, because if we reach 6 months on vacation, we will not receive the rejoining bonus, sir. If this is correct.
Correct. I believe that is the clause there, because we need to have there is a process, accounting process. We need to have accruals, and then accounting year ends. We need to give our reports to the owners.
How about, sir, if I was ready 4 months, then the ship schedule was...
No, then you will get.
Okay,
It is just to bring you back early on the ship, timely, beyond your control.
Yes.
If we are not giving you ship, you will get. Definitely you will get.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Captain Ting.
Actually, ma'am, this is not for the accounting. Partly in accounting, with regards, sir, in the portal, especially in our monthly reporting with the MSA. I hope that we can enhance the program, because especially if we bought this banded store, and then if there is a discount, and the what you call this, the prices of these items, it reach around the 3 decimal point, and then once we input in the portal, then I think the the computation of the program is not correct anymore. That's why every month we used to contact the accounting to please check every time, monthly, until such time that it will be the corrected. The discrepancy actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. So, in- why do we want three decimal points? Good
I would
afternoon,
like-
everyone. Uh, Distinguished guests, seafarers, industry leaders, and fellow colleagues. As we conclude
I urge you to carry the spirit of collaboration, innovations, and all the learnings that we got through these learning sessions, our vessels and communities. And this is just a beginning. This is not the end. And we will just pause here for this conference. But let us meet again in the evening for the gala night. And I will request everybody now to gear up and lace up your shoes, put on your dancing shoes, come on the floor in the evening, and there is a fun-filled evening waiting for you. Okay, have a nice lunch, and thank you everyone for participating in this event and being a part of this learning session. And I hope every one of you, got something, some takeaways from this conference, and we'll see you again next year in much more numbers. Thank you very much.
18 ka.
Okay, we request all the masters and chief engineers to line up, please, and we'll have a photograph of our guests.
Everyone, keep one. One more. Keep one. The next batch. Next batch. One more. Everyone look here. Smile. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Sorry, sorry.